to this, the second of Kyle's winter schools online. We're very, very pleased to have a wonderful lineup of instructors and speakers to be with you and to present and to have discussions over the next 2 days. We have around about 60 students who are going to be participating in the winter school. They come from around 25 different countries. It's quite extraordinary, the breadth of the people who are with us today. And let me just name the countries for you: Nigeria and Mauritius. In Europe, UK. UK is no longer in Europe. Germany, Holland, Italy, Finland, Poland, Belgium, Switzerland. In Asia, people from Malaysia, India, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Kashmir, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. From Arab countries, Egypt, Lebanon, Morocco. We have people from Syria, Palestine, and from Turkey, and one person from Canada. So really, it's an extraordinary multi-cultural lineup of people who are participating in this, and we welcome you all. The large number of the students participating are, in fact, people doing their PhD programs. A couple of my name is Raja Dini, by the way. I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself. And I'm professor here in CILE, working on migration, Islamic ethics, and human rights. Just a couple of housekeeping notes. Excuse me. All the students in the school will be muted, both audio and video. Instructors should keep their audio muted unless they're speaking, but by all means, if you wish, keep your videos open so that all the students can see the instructors. Instructors, please, when you need to open your presentations before you share them. Just a note from the administration on this. Questions from students or from anybody is welcome to pose questions or make comments. These will be addressed in the discussion section in the program. I'm assuming you all have the program. And at the end of each session, there will be a discussion section, and that's where questions and comments will be posed. You should send those questions and comments to the Q&A section of the WebEx. The Q&A, please. And please keep the questions and comments brief and clear, as clear as possible. Okay. Let me see. Well, these events are really not possible without the assistance of many people who work diligently behind the scenes. And I'd like to thank all people in the CILE administrative staff for their excellent work in bringing this together. Dr. Mawahib Al-Bakr, Amna Obaidli, Mona El-Amadi, Badia Tuitz, and Rowan El-Tabata. So thank you very much for all of your work in helping us to mount this second winter school for CILE. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce CILE's director and the Dean of the College of Islamic Studies, Dr. Imad Shaheen, to provide some opening remarks for the winter school. Dr. Imad, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ray. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good afternoon. It gives me, as Dean of the College of Islamic Studies and Acting Director of CILE, it gives me great, immense pleasure to welcome you all as our dear guests to the second CILE Winter School on Maṣlaḥa as a moral concept. I would like to take this opportunity, of course, to thank all the panelists, instructors, who have, for their time and contribution, of course, and also the students for their interest in this winter school, which I think and I believe is going to be very productive in terms of its the topic that it's handling, addressing the scope, and also the opportunity for a healthy and excellent exchange between you as students and your instructors. CILE is organizing this winter school in collaboration with the University of Leuven Center for the Study of Islam, Culture and Society, as part of our interest in building a strong network of partnerships with reputable institutions worldwide that have interest in the broad fields of ethics. We are delighted that every joint event and contribution enhances our scholarly and academic relationship with Leuven and our colleagues there. And we are looking forward, of course, to more events to keep cementing our quote-unquote MOUs and agreements and making them a real reality on the ground that benefits all our participants. Of course, the winter school comes as one aspect of the many activities that CILE provides to its students and the community at large. So we have the winter schools, we have the seminars, we have the international conference, in addition, of course, to the scholarly publications and the CILE journal, which all participate in or contribute to enhancing the mission and objectives of the center itself, and of course the university and the college and university at large. Of course, our goal at CILE and also at CIS, at the college, is to combine the intellectual and theoretical perspectives with a applied knowledge of Islam in general and Islamic ethics in particular through a multidisciplinary approach. I know this sounds like a cliche, everybody talks about multidisciplinary, but I think you will see that this is really a true fact. When you look, for example, at the participants and the academic and scholarly backgrounds from which they come, politics, sociology, law, philosophy, ethics, Islamic theology, they come from political science, they come from really a wide gamut of disciplines and fields that all interact together to combining the theoretical, conceptual with the practical in order to produce I would say a workable model that we really are all looking forward to develop and to enhance. If you look also at the program, at our program, the Applied Ethics program, Applied Islamic Ethics in the college, it's a very unique program. We claim that it is actually one of the leading, if not the only, master's degree granting program in the world, and it exactly epitomizes this objective, which is combining the theoretical with the practical. So, in addition, for example, of letting our students or requiring our students to take, the foundation and the requirement courses, we also give our students the opportunity to select 5 out of 12 options, the following courses: ethical reasoning and moral decision making, Islamic bioethics, ethics of migration and human rights, Islamic ethics of pandemics, business ethics, peace, war and politics of ethics, gender and Islamic ethics, ethical issues in psychology, environmental ethics, arts and ethics, comparative religion ethics, ethics in science and technology. So as you see from a kind of a conceptual, intellectual point of view, as well as from an academic and scholarly point of view, we try to reflect this kind of approach, the multidisciplinarity, and also the combination between the theoretical and the practical. A final note, of course, the discussion of the concept of Maṣlaḥa is extremely important from a conceptual and practical point of view. It touches on our perception of what constitutes individual interest and the whole debate and philosophy of pragmatism in the West, and also in our modern perceptions and behaviors and practices in society. It's extremely important. So we have the individual maslaha or individual interest, the public interest, and how we define common or public good, and how to balance the public good or the common good with the individual interest as well. Also, we speak, I come from a political science background, and this is really widely debated. We talk about state interest and its scope and legitimacy vis-a-vis the individual interest and also the interest of other states, and in terms of foreign policy or in terms of international relations. We talk about strategic interests and the prominence and preeminence of strategic interests over other forms of interest, for example, or over the whole system or framework of values. One of the commentators on the Biden administration, the new Biden administration coming to power and winning the elections and so on, one commentator said that at least this administration will bring the debate about our interests versus our values back to stage. So this is always an often debated and commonly debated concept, interests versus values and so on. So I'm sure, the winter school will give you the opportunity to discuss all these issues in a very kind of, measured, scholarly, academic manner, and also to contribute to the discussion. So let me just conclude by once again thank all the participants, thank Leuven University, thank also of my colleagues at CILE and CIS for organizing this event, and all the researchers and the scholars, and also extend my best wishes for a very productive and pleasant winter school. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Imad. We are not going to have Dr. Ghali do a speaking in this opening session, so we are going to try to start at 1:30 with the first presentation, and so we still have 15 minutes, and we can just chat for 15 minutes and just wait, because I think that it's would be far better for us to keep to the program timing. And so let me just introduce the various presenters or instructors. But given that it's a winter school, I keep wanting to use the term instructors rather than presenters as you normally do in a conference. The first session will be Dr. Mu'taz Al-Khatib, who is the Associate Professor for Methodology and is the Islamic Ethics, and he's the Program Coordinator for the Master's Program in Applied Islamic Ethics. The second session at 2:30 will be Dr. Amr Riyad, who is the Director of the Leuven Center for the Study of Islam, Culture and Society, and is our partner institution for this winter school, and we're very, very grateful that Dr. Amr is here and for their collaboration. After the break at 4 o'clock will be Dr. Sari Hanafi, who I don't think is with us yet. He's Professor of Sociology and the Chair of the Islamic Studies Program at the American University of...
I am.
Oh, he's here.
I am with you.
Hello. Ahlan wa sahlan. Thank you. And we're very, very pleased to have Dr. Constance Binder, who's Associate Professor of Philosophy at the Erasmus Institute for Philosophy and Economics in the Netherlands also. And tomorrow, the lineup will be begin with Dr. Mohammed Ghali, who is the Professor of Biomedical Ethics at CILE and our Academic Director. Then he will be followed by Dr. Shuruq Naguib, who's the Associate Professor of Middle Eastern Studies at Lancaster University in England. And she will be assisted by Mr. Mahmoud Afifi, who is a doctoral student in religious studies also at Lancaster University. And finally, the last session tomorrow will be Dr. Haba Raouf Azak, who is the Assistant Professor of Political Science at Ibn Khaldun University in Istanbul in Turkey. So we have a very, very rich lineup of people and topics and sessions, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So I'm going to just leave it now, and we will be back at 1:30. Thank you. Feel free to talk to yourselves.
Yes, we'll speak among ourselves. مرحبا Dr. Sari. Just this gives him an opportunity to welcome him and Dr. Hiba and Dr. Binder, everyone. It's really good to see you.
So pleased to see you.
Likewise. It's really big.
Absolutely. And hopefully to see you one day in Beirut or in Doha.
Inshallah soon. وطبعا يعني Dr. Amr also and his contribution and efforts in cementing this relationship, we really appreciate it so much.
We're really happy about this and proud of it. And now actually we are fine-tuning the last things, and I hope that after this corona, our students will come and we will be able to welcome your students and staff also in Leuven.
So I'm looking forward to receiving your students, and inshallah we'll take good care of them.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we are very happy about it.
Dr. Sari, I see a lot of activities going on and many conferences in Beirut and others, very interesting topics.
Yeah, I mean, this online make things easier.
Yes.
So organize, yeah.
Well, this is one of the advantages of, or the upside, if there are upsides of what we're going through, that now we can communicate and contact easier and better with less financial strain, relatively speaking.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, my book is will be out in 1 month.
Congratulations.
اسمه علوم الشرع والعلوم الاجتماعية، تجاوز القطيعة، أليس الصلح بقريب.
ما شاء الله ده شعر، قصيدة شعر مش كتاب.
750 صفحة.
ما شاء الله ممتاز.
وفي فصل عنكم عن الكوليج.
والله this is really يعني a great honor, and this is very kind of you, يعني أنت to include.
Yeah. And I put it as alternative, really, as a model of alternative. I put UM and Dar al-Hadith al-Hasaniyya as really, if the Arab world want to move in changing, reforming their faculty of Sharia, they should take one of these 3 models. Yeah.
Thank you.
What I argue.
This is very kind of you.
Once the book is over, is published, I will send you a copy, inshallah.
I'm looking forward, like receiving it and reading it, of course, more important. But by the way, if you'd like to update the book, we went beyond even the frontiers of combining social sciences and Sharia sciences. Now we are into integrative labs and iLabs and leadership, use of Lego and things like that.
Yeah, I know.
Make a nice. Now we are having a very nice project. It's called Designing Post-COVID Humanity. Designing Post-COVID Humanity. It's really multidisciplinary, multi-teaching approach, everything.
Very good.
State of the art.
Yeah, very good. Allah ya'tiku al-afi.
Wallahi, the objective is just to focus on developing students who have this kind of excuse me for the term, entrepreneurial mentality, implementing mentality, that they can implement, they can do. And whatever they learn, they can do with it in society. So to contribute to society, they serve. That's the whole objective.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's great, really.
Thank you. Dr. Hiba, how's it going in Istanbul? I hear the COVID is, I think it's getting better, slightly better now.
Yeah. Hello everyone. Salam alaikum.
مرحبا هبة.
كيف الحال؟ It's a pleasure to be with you and all the distinguished scholars. I'm very excited, very enthusiastic to learn so many things. I'm very happy that I'm at the very end so that I can enjoy the knowledge that you are going to share. Yeah, things in Istanbul are okay. For the students attending, I'm originally Egyptian, but I'm based in Istanbul at the moment. It's rainy today. The COVID situation is improving, alhamdulillah. And people have been very strict, and the government has also been very strict.
Good.
And each week and for almost 2 months now, we have had the curfew. So yeah, things are improving, alhamdulillah. We just finished our semester last night, actually. Midnight was the last date for grading. So this is the day of freedom for me. Here I am.
The day after. This is the day after.
Exactly. I mean, students expect their grades. They don't know the agony that we are going through, balancing all these grades and trying to be as fair as possible to all students, etc. So, alhamdulillah, all is well, alhamdulillah.
Yes. When I started teaching, that was like maybe a quarter of a century ago. Wallahi, I used to pray 2 rak'ahs before grading, to be fair. Then at the end of my career, I used just to throw them up. Whatever goes up to on the bed is A, on the floor is B.
Life is very harsh for the students when they graduate, so we have to be lenient to them.
Yeah. You try to say, I mean, maybe, the COVID situation, everyone has circumstances. I even had a student from the Philippines, they had floods. So, he said, I'm talking to you on the Zoom while there is water around me at home. So, and you have to take this into consideration as well without encouraging them to be careless or anything. But at the end of the day, there should be some sort of minding the circumstances both. And how is the weather in Qatar?
This is winter. Winter is like spring. It's the most pleasant time of the year.
I can understand.
Yeah, I think today is the maximum. It will be, now we are 23, 24. It will be 27. So that's very pleasant. That's very pleasant.
Good.
Yes, Muhammad, that's what they say. There are 2 seasons in the Gulf in general. Summer and hell. Summer and hell. So we are in summer now. Starting July will be in hell. Alhamdulillah.
Great. It's also very interesting it's always very interesting to be addressing also an audience of participants and people who are coming from so many countries, and also so many disciplines. It's also very, very stimulating,
Yes. You see the chat? The chat is exactly, there is someone in the chat, salams from Indian occupied Kashmir. Then he's talking about the 2 gigabytes internet working here.
There has been a lot of work actually on how to accommodate students from war zones and zones of conflict.
Yes.
To have that.
We were talking with someone from MIT. They came up with this idea of iPads that do not require electricity or something like this.
Okay.
Have come, yes. So in order to distribute them in refugee camps, remote areas, isolated areas, Yeah. So this is another activity of our college, by the way. We get into these things that are really demanding, but necessary to get involved in the service.
Yeah.
Yes.
It took us even some time to get used to the technology.
To get used to
the technology during the COVID, etc. And then now we are all migrating to other applications on our smartphones. So you feel all the time like you are a nomad. It's like, no, we are going to close this platform, now move to this and that. It's like I barely got used to using it.
Yeah. And also you feel some kind of, self-incriminated. Like, for example, oh, you don't know Google Meet? No, wallahi, I don't know Google Meet. There's Google Meet and Zoom and this and that. So. Guilty. You feel guilty. Don't know.
Every time someone mentions a new tool, you say, what the hell is that as well?
Okay, thank you very much. If everybody could please mute their audio, that would be very helpful. And so now I would like to introduce Dr. Mu'taz Al-Khatib, who is the Associate Professor of Methodology in Islamic Ethics at CILE, and his presentation is on Maṣlaḥa and ethical reasoning, pre-modern Islamic discourse. Dr. Mu'taz.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ray. Thanks for the participants, and thanks for my colleagues to organize this school. My topic for today is Maṣlaḥa as an ethical reasoning, pre-modern Islamic discourse. I think it's not me to start with to be the first speaker in the winter school, but so I will just try to give an introduction to Maṣlaḥa, to brief preload to my colleagues who will address its applications in various fields. For the sake of clarity, it is important to say that Maṣlaḥa literally means benefit or interest, and something sometimes it's used or it's translated as idea. So my talk will be divided into three main parts. In the first part, I'm going to talk about the complexity of Maṣlaḥa. In the second part, I'm going to talk about the definition of Maṣlaḥa and to answer the question, what is Maṣlaḥa? And lastly, in the third part, I'm going to distinguish and clarify the relation between Maṣlaḥa and utility. So in the first part, I have some problem here. I don't know why. But the topic is clear, but it's not show. Okay, now it shows. Okay. So as for the first part, the complexity, to explain the complexity of Maṣlaḥa, I think the complexity of Maṣlaḥa is can be demonstrated through three main points. As you see on the PowerPoint, it's demonstrated by the problematic concept. When we talk about Maṣlaḥa, there's a vagueness of the Maṣlaḥa, of the very term itself. And the second point, why it's complex, because of multiple uses. So we use Maṣlaḥa, or Maṣlaḥa is used in multiple by multiple stakeholders in multiple contexts, whether in the pre-modern or the modern writings. And finally, the authority problem. We have the authority problem when we talk about Maṣlaḥa. Who has the authority to determine what Maṣlaḥa is? So, as for the historical discussions, I think Maṣlaḥa is a controversial issue in terms of being a source or a proof for legislation. So Maṣlaḥa in the Islamic legal theory sources, usul al-fiqh, was used in two different chapters in usul al-fiqh, the Islamic legal theory. The first chapter, when we find Maṣlaḥa, is analogy. With analogy, it's used as part of the rationale of an injunction, which is required to extend the existing in the ruling for a case to a new case that has not textual reference or authority. The second chapter, where we find Maṣlaḥa in the Usuli sources, is al-Maṣlaḥa al-Mursala. So the unrestricted Maṣlaḥa, which is the masalih that the lawgiver has neither upheld nor nullified it. For analogy, all jurists recognized it within the category of analogy, yes, and the reasoning process ta'lil. So as for the second one, al-Maṣlaḥa al-Mursala, here we find disagreement about Muslim jurists. And mainly the Malikis they confirmed al-Maṣlaḥa al-Mursala. As a standalone resource of legislation. In short, all Muslim jurists considered Maṣlaḥa in a way or another, but they don't enact it in the same way or in the same scope. As for the modern writings, as for the modern writings, Maṣlaḥa is used by different groups. So in this case, we can differentiate between, or we can name two main groups. The first group is, or camp is Islamic reformists, and the second one is Arab modernists. So for the Islamic reformists, they employed Maṣlaḥa and maqasid to justify the incorporation of some modern values, systems, and institutions usually introduced by Western modernity into the Islamic legislative system. As for the Arab modernists, they used Maṣlaḥa to argue that human behavior is independent from any scriptural or religious constraints, and that modern man can autonomously judge about what is good or bad in life. Now, why do we have? Why is this complexity of Maṣlaḥa? So, what are the roots of this complexity? So, the roots, in my opinion, that can be referred to two approaches to understand this complexity. The first approach is the minimalist scope. So, where Maṣlaḥa here is used by Muslim jurists as a technical term. It constitutes the main objective of the lawgiver, God, and the rationale behind all religious obligations, taklif. This can be divided into two types. The first one is the wise purposes of religious rulings, hikam or asrar. The function of this type is to rationalize the existing rulings conducted by the main four sources of legislation, namely Quran, Sunnah, consensus, ijma', and qiyas, analogy. There is an agreement between Muslim jurists on this meaning, and it was used by many jurists starting from the 4th, 10th century. The second type, the second subcategory here, where we find Maṣlaḥa, or it was used by pre-modern jurists, is creating a tool to validate an ethical judgment. Was not explicitly specified in the text. The function of this type is to extend the existing ruling to cover other cases. This validation can be through analogy, what we call qiyas, where you extend the existing ruling for a specific case to other case not specified in the text or by the text. Or we can find this validation in or under the title of al-Maṣlaḥa al-Mursala, where the jurist considers the spirit of the Sharia. In the first one, we have a specific case that we extend its ruling to another case. But in the second type, or in the second form here, we don't have a specific case to examine or to do an analogy. But we have various cases that we can conduct, or we understand, we can, or the mujtahid can understand the spirit of the Sharia to extend or to conduct a new ruling for a novel case. The second approach is the maximalist scope of Maṣlaḥa, or the second scope, sorry, the maximalist scope of Maṣlaḥa. Maṣlaḥa here reflects one of the aims of human beings to secure their best interests as it is determined autonomously by intellect, human intellect. This scope includes some of the contemporary practices of Maṣlaḥa which overlap with utilitarianism in contemporary moral philosophy. Now let's move to the second part of my talk. So in the second part, we are going to talk about the definition of Maṣlaḥa. What is Maṣlaḥa? As I mentioned before in the introduction, Maṣlaḥa literally means benefit or interest. When it is qualified as Maṣlaḥa Mursala, unrestricted Maṣlaḥa or interest or benefit, however, it refers to unrestricted public interest in the sense of it's not having been regulated by the lawgiver insofar as no textual authority can be found on its validity or otherwise. So technically, Maṣlaḥa Mursala is defined as a consideration which is proper and harmonious with the objectives of the lawgiver. It secures a benefit or prevents a harm that the Sharia provides no indication as to its validity or otherwise. For Al-Ghazali, Imam Abu Hamid Al-Ghazali, Maṣlaḥa conveys the objectives of the Creator to help the creature, human beings, know and then implement his or her best interests. These interests revolve around five key objectives, namely preventing religion, life, intellect, property, and offspring. Thus, all what helps in achieving these five, then it is recognized Maṣlaḥa. Otherwise, it is mafsada or harm. But Maṣlaḥa in general has three different levels. The first one is essentials, al-daruriyat. The second one is complementary, al-hajiyat. And the third one is embellishments, al-tahsiniyat. As for the essential masalih, al-daruriyat, they are those on which the lives of people depend and whose neglect leads to total disruption and chaos. The consistent or this type or this degree of masalih consists of the five essential values that I already mentioned before, and it's named Daruriyat al-Khamsa. It's mentioned by Imam Al-Ghazali for the first time as five, but there are some previous scholars. They mentioned some of these five in one place, but in a total, the five are mentioned or are known and mentioned before Al-Ghazali. But you know, to put it in just one sentence or one paragraph, the first time that we know this, it was mentioned by Imam Al-Ghazali. So these five values, they must not only be promoted, but also protected against any real or unexpected threat which undermines their safety. For example, the safety of life and intellect is secured by obtaining lawful means of sustenance, as well as the enforcement of penalties with which the Sharia has provided, so as to protect them against destruction and loss. As for the second degree of masalih is the complementary masalih, al-hajiyat, which refer to interests whose neglect lead to hardship, maṣlaḥa or anat, in the life of the community, although not to its collapse. They are, on the whole, supplementary to the 5 essential values. For example, in the area of ibadat, the concessions, rukhas, that the Sharia has granted to the sick and to the travelers, or to the traveler, permitting them not to observe the fast and to shorten the salah, the prayer. These rukhas are aimed at preventing hardship, so they fall under the category of, or under the degree of complementary masalih. The third degree of masalih is the encouragement, tahsiniyat. This degree denotes interests whose realization lead to improvement and the attainment of that which is desirable. For example, the observance of cleanliness in personal appearance and in ibadat, moral virtues, makarim al-akhlaq, avoiding extravagance in consumption, the moderation the moderation in enforcement of penalties fall within all these categories, fall within the scope of tahsiniyat. So the Sharia, in all of its parts, aim at the realization of one or the other of these masalih, but there is dispute about these masalih, or about the application of this masalih, the 3 degrees. I mean. Now let's move to the third part of the talk, of my talk. So, which is maslaḥa versus utility. Sometimes, as I mentioned in the introduction, maslaḥa is translated as utility, but I think this translation is confusing because there are differences between maslaḥa and utilitarianism, and that's what I'm going to explain now. So maslaḥa and utility are not interchangeable, since both some might think that they are interchangeable because both are seeking for morality, which is fundamentally about making the world a better place. But there are differences, as I mentioned. As for maslaḥa, Shatibi said, or writes, maslaḥa in the law is not contingent upon the dispositions of a human nature, such that God's command would be based on what human nature inclines to. Rather, maslaḥa is contingent upon the decree of God. So maslaḥa can be is only defined or is only validated by the lawgiver. This is why maslaḥa is divided into 3 types. The first type, accredited masalih, al-masalih al-mu'tabara. Maṣlaḥa, which the lawgiver has expressly upheld and enacted a law for its realization. For example, protecting life by enacting the law of realization, retaliation, or defending the right of ownership by penalizing the theft. The lawgiver has upheld that each of these offenses constitute a proper ground, what we call it in Arabic, al-wasf al-munasib, for the punishment in question. So the validity of maslaha in these cases is definitive and no longer open to debate between Muslim jurists. The second category here is unrestricted maslaha, and I also already mentioned this, masalih mursala. So again, the masalih al-mursala is the masalih or the masalih that the lawgiver has neither upheld nor nullified it. For example, in recent times, the masalih which prompted legislation in many Muslim countries providing that the claim of marriage or of ownership in real property can only be proved by means of an official document, has not been explicitly validated by the Sharia. So the law on these points has thus upheld the unrestricted maslaha. More specifically, it is designed to prevent mafsada, harm, which is the prevalence of perjury, shahadat az-zur, in the proof of these claims. Now, the third category of maslaha is the discredited maslaha, al-maslaha al-mulgha, which the lawgiver has nullified it either explicitly or by an indication that could be found in the Sharia or in the text. The ulama, the Muslim scholar, Muslim jurists, are in agreement that legislation in the pursuance of such interests is invalid and no judicial decree may be issued in their favor. An example, which is a controversial example for today in contemporary discussions, and this example shows the different scope, the minimalist scope and the maximalist scope. This example is an attempt to give the son and the daughter an equal share in inheritance on the assumption that this will secure a public interest. But since there is a clear nas text in the Quran which assigns to the son double the portion of the daughter, the apparent maslaha in this case is clearly nullified by the pre-modern Muslim jurists, and it's regarded as mulgha, maslaha mulgha. So as for utilitarianism, so we know that it is the most famous variety of consequentialism. We know that consequentialism is like a family of theories, and the most famous theory under the category of consequentialism is utilitarianism. Consequentialism says that the rightness or wrongness of an action depends ultimately on the effects of that action or on the effects of something related to the action, such as a rule that permits the action itself. Utilitarianism is the view that an action is right if it maximizes the total amount of happiness in the world, counting everyone's happiness equally. Otherwise, it is wrong. Traditionally, utilitarians understand happiness as pleasure and the absence of pain. So if you could perform several different actions right now, the morally right action would be the one that leads to the greatest overall balance of pleasure over pain, taking everyone's pleasure and pain into account. The other actions would be wrong. So to conclude, Maṣlaḥa is a project of rationalizing the moral reasoning process in the Islamic thought. This process goes against presenting Islamic ethics as a divine command theory. Maṣlaḥa is nonetheless not the equivalent of utility, because it works from within the paradigm of Sharia. I mean the accredited values in the main textual sources and the conditions stated by the Muslim jurists. These conditions are mainly three. The Maṣlaḥa must be the first one, that Maṣlaḥa should or must be genuine, حقيقية, as opposed to specious Maṣlaḥa, Maṣlaḥa موهومة, which is not a proper ground for legislation. And the second condition is that Maṣlaḥa must be general, كلية. It's not personal, or it's not Maṣlaḥa for a specific group or a limited group. So it should be كلية in that it secures benefit or prevents harm to the people as a whole, and not to a particular person or group of persons. The Maṣlaḥa, the third condition is that the Maṣlaḥa must not be in conflict with a principle or value which is upheld by the Nas or text or Ijma' consensus. So to save the harmony of the spirit of the Sharia and to not contradict or to be consistent in its rulings and applications in light with the principles or the key values or governing values. These conditions are designed so as to ensure that Maṣlaḥa does not become an instrument of arbitrary desire or individual bias in legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful opening introduction to the concept. We have one question so far in the Q&A for you, which is a clarification. Could you please clarify once again the distinction between analogy and unrestricted Maṣlaḥa?
Okay. So when we talk about analogy, we are talking about a specific case that we know its ruling or its ethical or juristic assessment that was mentioned or accredited by the text itself. In this case, and when we have a new issue that we need to evaluate this issue, the novel issue, so we search for analogy between the principle of the existing ruling, which is named al-asl, and the case at hand, which is named as al-far'. So, and to find rationale behind the two cases that we can extend the ruling of the asl, the existing case, to the new case that at hand, because they have a common rational sense. So this is for qiyas. So Maṣlaḥa here is the rationale that justify or validate this extension of the existing ruling, which was clearly stated by the Quranic text. But for the Maṣlaḥa al-Mursala, the unrestricted Maṣlaḥa, in this case, you don't have a specific case to extend, you don't have a specific case at hand to extend its ruling. But we look at what we call jins al-ahkam, the spirit of the Sharia, and we observe, we do semi-comprehensive survey to understand the spirit of the Sharia in similar cases, and then in this case we extend the meaning that we get from this survey, this semi-survey, to judge or assess the case at hand. I hope it's clear now.
Thank you very much. Just to advise everybody, if you have a question or a comment, please put it in the Q&A. I'm not looking at the chat field, but the Q&A. If I could maybe ask a question myself while we wait for other questions to come. I was wondering if you could elaborate on the authority issue, which I think is really interesting, as to who determines interests. For example, there might be a conflict between what I consider to be in my interest and somebody else might say that's not in your interest. And the example of the utilitarianism with regard to pleasure and pain, the distinction might be between, is it immediate pleasure that one looks towards, or does one weigh up immediate pleasure with long-term pain, right? So if I eat too much today, I'm going to end up with a heart attack tomorrow, right? These sorts of things about making judgments, of the individual making judgments for themselves versus others making judgments on our behalf in a more paternalistic kind of approach.
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you to help me to clarify this point. It's a complex issue. Just to say that we can differentiate between two levels in this case. The first level is that to define the objectives, the al-masalih al-mu'tabara, the accredited masalih, and the al-masalih al-mursala, the unrestricted masalih in the system of Sharia. The authority here was, in the pre-modern time, was for the jurists only, for the Muslim jurists. But since the 19th century till now, this authority was challenged. The challenge started with, what we call now reformists, with Muhammad Abdu and his school. So they challenged the authority of the Muslim jurists and what we call taqlid now, the tradition, the juristic four schools, or the juristic tradition. So, and then they went out of the of taqlid because of many reasons. It has its historical development now. So now it's a bit liquid now. And there is a controversy on this issue, who defines the maslaḥa, and this is why we have different opinions and ijtihadat, independent legal reasoning, and even sometimes there is a high level of individuality. So individuals now they decide for themselves. But doesn't this mean that individuals never had the chance to evaluate for themselves in the history? No. So this is the second level. The second level is now I am, as a jurist, I decide what is considered or accredited by the lawgiver, or what, even with the masalih mursala and restricted masalih, I am, as a jurist, I decide what can be fallen under accredited masalih or this discredited masalih as a jurist in general. But what about its applications? Its applications at the individual level is the authority of the individual himself, in the pre-modern time and in the modern time, because this is part of his moral responsibility and his accountability in the day after. So unless he will not be responsible for his actions, So I am, as a jurist, I tell you that if this maslaha, if that riba is haram, to take an interest from the bank, is haram, is prohibited. But how do you apply this principle in many cases? It's your decision when you have a specific and complex case that you face at the individual level, and you decide if this is considered riba or not. And if it's ambiguous, you can ask the mufti to clarify it to you. But at the end, the decision is yours.
Ray, can I say a word?
Yes, briefly, because now we have so many questions have up. And if I could just say to everybody, you can post the questions during the presentation. You don't have to wait until it's at the end. Sorry, please go ahead.
No, just to bridge between Mu'taz's presentation and mine, and replying to your question. I mean, my reply to your question, Ray, is that al-Maṣlaḥa should pass the test of the public reason in Rawlsian liberal political liberalism. So this is what I will argue. So here, I mean, my presentation exactly about the issue of authorities. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I prefigured it. So the next question says, in the last slide, when you mentioned Maṣlaḥa should not be in conflict with Ijma, how is Ijma defined? And what is the consensus of the scholars?
So the Ijma here was what was considered as consensus by the four Sunni Muslim jurists, the four schools, juristic schools. So just to avoid the controversy, the new or contemporary controversy about Ijma, what Ijma is. So challenging Ijma, or what Ijma is a modern issue to challenge the authority itself, and to extend the space for the individual reason, for the individuals to judge and decide what is good and bad for themselves, not just at the individual level, but also for at the level of the Sharia itself. Now there are many in the contemporary time. There are many writers who write about Sharia, and they have their own understanding of Sharia. And they challenge, they are not restricted to the tradition, So and they started with there were many mechanisms to challenge this and to find a place for them. One of these mechanisms was to challenge Ijma itself, the authority of Ijma. So, in short, Ijma is what is considered by the main four Sunni schools. And there was an agreement on.
Thank you. Look, yeah, so I just really should mention the names of the people who are asking these questions. Apologies for that. The first question on analogy and unrestricted maslaha was from Saif Ali. The second question on Ijma was Saila Kujanpar. And the next question is from Yusuf Salhan, who says, I like the conditions of maslaha. However, who has the right to define it and say whether it is sound or false one? And what do you think of Islamic state institutions that use or misuse maslaha to justify anything governments do? Where do you draw the line? That's a kind of an extension of my question, I think. Yeah.
I think I just elaborated part of this question in my previous answer. So as for the state nowadays, I think it's a very complex issue to decide what Maṣlaḥa is and to observe its applications at the level of the common morality or public reason. Usually we have problematic issue about this issue in public discourse and especially in the political discourse and in some contemporary fatwas. The borders are not clear because there is sometimes Maṣlaḥa is used as pragmatism, not in the technical term that I explained and was confirmed by Muslim jurists. So now it's liquid. This is part of the complexity that I already explained nowadays.
Thank you. Noha Hussain asks, are issues related to art architecture considered under the Maṣlaḥa al-Mursala?
Sorry, the question?
Are issues related to arts and architecture considered under the Maṣlaḥa al-Mursala? Did I pronounce it badly?
No, it's fine. I'm just thinking of the question itself.
Okay.
I don't have a specific example now in my mind.
To the next question, which is an interesting one by Shazim Rafiq. When do you use maqasid Sharia and Maṣlaḥa? What's the difference between them?
This is a very good question because sometimes we are confused by using these different technical terms. When we say Maṣlaḥa, we are talking about the objectives, the applications of objectives of lawgiver. So when we talk from it's based on the position that you are talking from. If you are in the position of the lawgiver, then we say maqasid, because we cannot say masalih for God. But if you are speaking from the position of the mukallaf, the human being, then you say masalih. So it's a matter of they are the same at the end, but it's a matter of linguistic issue and etiquette sometimes. So we cannot say that masalihullah, but we can say maqasidullah, maqasid al-shari'. Okay, but we can say masalih for a human being, our masalih. So it's a linguistic issue, but as for the content, there's no difference. And many writers, contemporary writers, are confused using or knowing the difference between these two different technical terms. So we have a terminological issue here. So when you deal with the classical sources or pre-modern sources, then you might face some difficulties understanding the different terms or the classical terminology. As for illah, for example, I already explained that they used Maṣlaḥa in two different chapters, but this confused people. Why did they? Usulis, Islamic legal theorists, they talk about Maṣlaḥa when they talked about illah, and then they talked about Maṣlaḥa when they talked about Maṣlaḥa mursala in different chapters, and they agreed on that on Maṣlaḥa under the chapter of on theology, analogy, and then they disagreed, and there was a huge debate about al-masalih al-mursala. So what's the difference? So I already explained the difference now, which might help you to understand this issue. And for example, when they talk about what I already mentioned, the proper attitude, al-wasf al-munasib, they have different technical terms to express the same meaning. Sometimes they say al-wasf al-mula'im. sometimes they say الوصف المناسب, sometimes they say الوصف المعتبر المؤثر, sometimes they say الوصف المعتبر, you know. So I think all these terms, it's they refer to the same meaning or similar meaning, but it's based on the school that you are talking about. But at the end, we are facing the same, or we have the same meaning, but they express it differently.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a follow-up by Ali Salmande. Since Maṣlaḥa is related to the Maqasid, I have a question regarding it. Is there a concept of hierarchy in Maqasid that need to prioritize among the others? For example, does protecting the religion let me put it this way, is protecting the religion more important than protecting property?
There is disagreement about this hierarchy that you are referring to. So we have different opinions about this. So, but for sure, religion comes before property. But they disagreed about the hierarchy between religion and the self itself. You know. So this has its applications in the fiqh rulings. For example, if there is a contradiction between saving you know, the lineage and saving the life. So there is this agreement about, you know, about Muslim jurists, which comes first in this case. When we have, when such a woman faces a challenge to save, and she cannot save her life, if her life and her lineage or you know, so at the same time. So which value comes first? So there is disagreement about this issue. Some said that life is more important, and some said that no, she has a rukhsa, you know, she can save her life by giving, you know, by taking the other option. So there is no agreement on the hierarchy.
Right, thank you. Can you please make clear the difference between the unrestricted maslaha and the maximalist scope of maslaha by using examples? Can you do that briefly?
By utilitarianism, he means, or she means, I don't know.
Not sure.
The difference between utilitarianism and al-maslaha al-mursala and restricted maslaha, is this the question?
I don't know. Okay, if it's confusing, we'll move on and maybe come back to it. Question from Abayumi Sharomi. How can maslaha be related to the concept of human rights?
You know, all human rights are at the end related to mainly the five values, key values that we already talked about. You know, religion, religious freedom, religious, you know, human life. You know, so at the end, all the human rights are related to the key five values. And this is why, for example, Imam al-Shatibi and others, they said that it's considered by human beings. It's not Islamic. You know, saving or preserving the five key values is considered by every millah, he said. إنها مراعاة في كل ملة. So these are the key values of a human being. You know, that every human being is seeking to preserve and protect at the end.
Okay. From Jamila Abu Bakr says, a ruling made based on Maṣlaḥa, addressing issues that were not specifically addressed by the lawgiver, does it become obligatory on every Muslim to adhere to?
So, sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
Yeah. If a ruling is made that is based on Maṣlaḥa, addressing issues that are not specifically addressed by the lawgiver, does it become obligatory on every Muslim?
This is a general question. I cannot answer except if you have a specific case. You know, in general, we can. When we talk about maslaha, we are not talking about the scope of ibadat or prescribed punishment in the text. You know, so when we talk about maslaha, we are talking about areas that out of these two main areas, you know. So usually by transactions and other daily life methods. So in this case, the source of obligation in this case, based on maslaha, it can be not religious, you know, like what we did, what we talked about when we talked about having an official document for saving your right in such property, you know. So it's obligated. It's an obligation, but it's legal obligation. Now, if you don't obey this, you will be punished by the state, by the law, you know, or you will lose your right if something happens. But at the end, there is no ism in the day after, you know. So in this case, it's legally obligation, but religiously it's not an obligation. So in this case, there is a separation between what is legal and what is religious. Because when we talk about religious, so then we are talking about punishment and rewarding in the day after. So nobody can do ijtihad based on independent legal reasoning and to say that you will be rewarded the day after. So this is not a matter of ijtihad, you see. So when we talk about masalih or maslaha, interest or benefits, so we are talking about the materialistic aspect of human existing. So in this case, we decide and we take the responsibility for the consequences of our judgments, you know, whether it's good or bad, you know. But when it contradicts with other moral principles or religious principles, then it might have religious consequences in the day after. It depends on the issue that you are talking about.
Okay. So from Aisha, who notes, so jurists are advisors, but lawgivers. Is that correct?
Jurists, advisors?
Are advisors rather than lawmakers or lawgivers. Exactly.
So in the Islamic tradition, the jurist, the Muslim jurist or the mujtahid even doesn't make the law. He explores it.
Right. Between public, from Hadin Fataybi, between public interest and individual interest, is public interest always prioritized, or is it always is it a priority over individual interest? Interesting question.
Yes, in general, yes. If there is contradiction, yes, we go for the public interest. This is just to go back to the same question or the similar question that was about the state. You know, we know that political affairs in the Islamic jurisprudence they fall under the category of Maṣlaḥa or Salah, unrestricted benefits or interests. So in this case, this is why the rulers in the history, in the Islamic history, they had more freedom to decide the public interest. So now it's more regulated, and we have more knowledge about this issue. We have constitutions, we have institutions, we have, so it can be regulated under the category of unrestricted Maṣlaḥa, Maṣlaḥa Mursala, in the light of the three conditions that I already mentioned. So there's no need to repeat them. I don't hear you.
Sorry. I think we might make this one the last, and I'm sorry for those who I missed out. Ali Salamander says, you said that Maṣlaḥa must not be in conflict with a principle or value which is upheld by text. How can you explain about Omar Ra's policy of a moratorium on the amputation punishment for thieves for the sake of Maṣlaḥa?
This is a very popular, confusing example. So here the confusing is because that some people don't differentiate or realize the difference between the context or the application level, the applied level, and the principle level, the legislation level. So Umar didn't change the ruling, but he was addressing its application. So in such case, in a specific context with its complexity, he didn't apply the ruling, but he didn't change the ruling itself. He didn't say that it should not be, this is lawful or illawful, So changing the ruling is something, and applying it or not applying it for some reason is something else.
Okay, thank you very, very much. There were some really very interesting questions, and thank you very much for your.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we will move on. I'm just going to give everybody a minute before we begin the next session, as that was quite intense. So thank you very much, Dr. Mortaz. And Mona, do you want to upload Dr. Amar's?
I understand that I don't see the share button, so should I share the presentation to Mona, or?
Oh,
I will give you the share option now.
Okay, thank you.
you're not supposed to have silence of. Oh yeah, here we go. Great.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's.
That's perfect.
You might need, yeah, very good. Okay, thank you very much. So we should take 2 deep breaths before we begin the next session. May I introduce Dr. Amal Riyad, who is the director of the Leuven Center for the Study of Islam, Culture and Society. And Leuven, of course, as you know, is our partner institution for this winter school. Dr. Amar, please. The presentation will be Maṣlaḥa Revisited in the Writings of the 20th Century Muslim Reformists. Thank you very much, Dr. Amar. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Is it okay?
No, it was.
Now? No, wait a minute, because I was muted, so I returned it back in order to, because
yes.
Yes,
No,
okay.
it's okay now. It's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the invitation, for collaboration. without really losing much time, what I'm going to do today is just to have a kind of historical expose how the Maṣlaḥa from the late 19th century up till now has been evolved around Muslim reformists, read modernists, whatever, because there are some differences. Are they reformists or modernists or both? Are they neo-traditionalists? So we are not going to talk about these different labels and categories, but what for me is very important is to see how within a span of time of a century, this idea of Maṣlaḥa has evolved. And this is actually in continuation to what Professor Al-Khatib has just said on the theoretical level. How did these reformists actually apply and understand the Maṣlaḥa in solving what they saw as the predicaments or problems of Muslim societies in the colonial times in particular. So please forgive me, I will not get into the theoretical details, but we can have discussions about them. What I'm going to do what kind of traditional sources they have used and traditional theorists they have used to reach some conclusions by mentioning some of their views and fatwas. So on the theoretical level, we will see what kind of sources they take in order to understand this Maṣlaḥa concept, and then how is this reflected in a way or another, directly or indirectly, in some of their fatwas and mechanisms. But why Maṣlaḥa in this time? Let me just start by this, to say, actually, the question of Maṣlaḥa, it was related to the question of revival of Islamic thinking. And here when we are talking about Islamic jurisprudence, we are talking about the practical issues which face Muslim society, especially with the challenges of modernity. And when colonial powers were expanding throughout the Muslim world, there arose many questions, new questions and challenges came into light. So here the concept of Maṣlaḥa was the vehicle of the legal change. So these reformists, they saw it, besides other sources like ijtihad or whatever other sources of Islamic law, they have seen this as a real vehicle for this legal change. And therefore, they started to call not only to reform the Islamic thinking and theology as such, but also for them, Islamic law also needed changes and modifications, especially when the colonial and European intervention in the codification of Islamic law came into practice. So they were looking for these conceptual frameworks in order to push the question of reform forward. And the question of reform is very interesting here. I'm not connecting both of them, but we have to understand this is Islah, which means repairing things, and Maṣlaḥa, to look to the public interest and the public benefit as such in the Muslim world. This was related for reform of education. We are talking about the reform of Al-Azhar or Zaytuna or others. So those Muslim religious scholars, reformist scholars, they were also trying to reform the Islamic education. And once you have this reform in Muslim education, then you can apply all these vehicles for change from within. Parallel to that, they encountered also the new generation of secular educated Muslims. And this is what Professor Al-Khatib wanted to say. You have, on the one hand, Muslim religious scholars and Arab thinkers, and this was the time when the two generations, on the one hand, religious scholars and secular education were seeing light in the Muslim world. So here, as I have said, the transformation and modification of the Islamic legal system in the Ottoman Empire was also one of the challenges, and the legal codification as such. So they tended to have this in order to strengthen the Islamic civilization and counter all interventions and onslaught of European domination from outside. And in order to prove also that Islam as a religion is compatible with reason and sciences, especially in these legal matters. Besides the Maṣlaḥa, we have mentioned ijtihad. And then comes also the question of ijma', and this is also what Professor Al-Khatib has referred theoretically in his lecture. We'll come back now. How did they look at the question of ijma'? Was there ijma' as such in Islamic history or not? So ijtihad, Maṣlaḥa, ijma', these are the concepts which were materialized in that period in order to reach some of the what they saw at least new solutions for new challenging problems. But how they did that? In general, we have to understand one thing. These Muslim reformists, especially those early generation of the late 19th century and the early 20th century, they were not concerned only with the individual. They were concerned with the community, the society, the challenges, the general challenges to the Muslim societies coming from outside. Therefore, they were talking in terms which were not, in a way or another, I mean, just the ideas were there in classical Islamic thinking, but they were putting it in modern terms. They were talking about natural laws, popular sovereignty, and they were trying to reinterpret these classical traditions in the modern moment. But this does not mean, I should emphasize that, they were totally liberal or progressive or detached from the classical medieval doctrines. So what we are talking about here, we are talking about a group of Muslim thinkers trying to reform Muslim societies, Muslim individuals, but departing also from the traditional thinking. They are putting new interpretations of this. So it does not mean that they were totally against the tradition, but they were trying to reevaluate it. So on the one hand, they accepted some of these traditions, these old traditions in their thinking, but they were re-evaluating many others. And as we always start, we start with the Three Musketeers, I would call. We are just start with Afghani, Abdu, and Rida, which is referred to the lecture of Professor Al-Khatib, as I have said. And for chronological order, I will start with Afghani, and then Abdu, and then Rashid Rida. And I will take some time to focus on those three people, because they were the ones who triggered the whole question of reform in their time. The three are different. They have different characters. They have different education. They have different, ways of life. And what I mean here, because of their either their upbringing, education, influences from the Islamic thinking on the one hand, and their encounters and contacts with others on the other. To start with Afghani was not really in that sense of belonging to the usulis. So he did not really produce, let me put it this way, a comprehensive program for Maṣlaḥa as such, or Islamic law in general. He was much concerned with other bigger communal questions which could influence and also positively influence these details. Abdu is a Mufti of Egypt, He's the one who produced fatwas. He has some views about this idea of Maṣlaḥa and Rida as such, and Rida played the most important role in diffusing these ideas in his journal in Al-Manar. So I will come one by one to these three scholars to see how this works. Jalaluddin Afghani, I will not go into biographical details about him. We all know about him. But one thing which I always say about this Muslim intellectual, we know much about him, and at the end of the day, you are puzzled with many unknown aspects of his life. I mean, whether he's Afghani or Persian, both, we don't know. There are many theories about this. I will not get into details about that. But the concern of Afghani was this communal reform of Muslim societies, and he was much engaged in the question of unity, question of pan-Islamism. And here I am quoting, just like in Arabic, one of the statements he said, why he saw that Muslim societies should be cured, and in what way. Here he's saying, in this Arabic citation, it's only to get back to the fundamentals of its religion, and back to its roots. And then here the guidance of the public, the purifying of hearts, the purifying of ethics, the lightening of the fire of jealousy, as he's saying. He means jealousy and zeal for their own religion. وَجَمْعُ الْكَلِمَةِ, just uniting the word. So all these general Islah things which is seeing that its unity, it's above the small nationalisms. It's here to be used as an anti-colonial mode. So the idea of reform, including also Islamic law, should serve these general aspects which Afghani has emphasized. Because Afghani did not, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know, maybe you can help me if you have read anything about him, I could not find anything specifically on Maṣlaḥa as a legal concept. He's talking always about this idea of Maṣlaḥa, of public benefit, not only from the Islamic law, but the public benefit in general, how to benefit the society in a united and unifying form. But now we come to Muhammad Abdu. And Abdu here now, he is the faqih. He is the Muslim scholar. He is the one who is issuing fatwas. Due to his religious education at Al-Azhar, as a boy and as a grown-up, he just taught at Al-Azhar. He taught in Beirut. He was in exile with Afghani in Paris. And in all his career, Abdu was concerned, on the one hand, like his teacher and mentor, Afghani, was also engaging in the communal unification and reform of Muslim societies, but he was also the one who is putting this into practice as the Grand Mufti of Egypt in his later life. But how did Abdu do that? I will go for that on two levels, as I have said. On the one hand, how did he see these concepts of reform and maslaha, etc. And I will mention some of his fatwas. How did he apply this in his legal advices and legal opinions? On a theoretical level, we see that Abdu is concerned about this idea of benefit in two of his books. The first one is Risalat at-Tawheed, you see it on the left side, and his other book, Al-Islam wal-Nasraniyya ma'al-Ilm wal-Madaniyya. So in these two books, he is talking about this public benefit of Muslim societies. In Risalat at-Tawheed, the treatise of theology or unity, you see Muhammad Abdu, it was a series of lectures which he delivered in Beirut during his exile in Beirut, and once he returned in Egypt, he was asked by his friends and students to compile it in one treatise, which was published in two versions. The one in the late 19th century during Abdu's life with some passages on the Mu'tazilite theology, and then you have another version in 1925 with an abridged one which Rashid Rida has modified and removed these Mu'tazili statements, saying that his mentor has asked him to remove it. But anyhow, it's here you have just Risalat Tawheed, and it's mainly concerned about the theology of unity among Muslims. So it's talking about theology, kalam, but within his discussions of kalam, Abdu is now talking about the societal benefit for and how Islam could benefit Muslims in general. The second one is Al-Islam wal-Nasraniyya ma'al-Ilm wal-Madaniyya, which was also a series of articles which was published in the magazine of Al-Manar, and it was a response to the Christian writer, the founder of Al-Jami'ah, Farah Antoun. And in that, he is just like, it's a rejoinder, it's a comparison between Islam and Christianity, and in that book, Muhammad Abdu is concerned also about the benefits for the Muslim society. Here in Al-Islam al-Nasraniyya, we read this text. In Islam, life takes precedence over religion. Islam does not impose physical hardships on men by requiring asceticism or abstinence. In the rules of governing prayer, fasting, and the like, exceptions are always made when necessitated by consideration for the individual's welfare. And here, this statement is very, very interesting. The health of body takes precedence of the health of religion. صحة الأبدان مقدمة على صحة الأديان. A controversy is now about this statement, whether it's Muhammad Abdu who was the first one who said it, or there were other people like Al-Izz ibn Abd al-Salam who said it in another term, not in that form. And an interesting debate among scholars has, we see a debate about that. Who was the first one who said this? But it's very interesting to say صحة الأبدان مقدمة على صحة الأديان, because what did Muhammad Abdu mean with that? For sure, he did not mean that that the soundness of religion should be erased once it comes to the soundness of bodies. What he means here the rukhas, the concessions which are given in Islam when, for example, fasting would endanger your life, then you should take off your life. This is what he means. But some people take this as a kind of, opening the maslaha widely as such. But this is actually in order to understand how Abdu did think on that theoretical level. And then I come just to some examples here of his fatwas. The most interesting is the Transvaal fatwa. Transvaal, this is a region in South Africa, and Muslims there as minorities were asking Muhammad Abdu about wearing the Christian hat, the Christian or the European style, and eating the meat slaughtered by using axes by Christians in South Africa. And in both fatwas, I will not go into the really legal details of Abdu, but what is very interesting here, that these questions, which seem for us, at least the first one, wearing Christian attire, is not an issue. It was in that time, in the late 19th century, early 20th century, really an issue. And Abdu was attacked even when he allowed wearing the Christian hat and also eating meat slaughtered by using axe by Christians. So he said that both are no problem. And he just like, for example, the second point, he is citing Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi in his view that it is allowed to eat the meat slaughtered by Christians, etc. So he said, yes, no problem at all. So, but what is interesting here, how he concluded his fatwa. These are the questions, how he received that, how he concluded his fatwa. He's saying here, I'm reading into Arabic, and I'm trying to paraphrase it. ومن طلب غير ذلك فقد عد الإسلام أديانا لا دينا واحدا وهو مما لا يسوغ لعاقل أن يرمي إليه بين مسلمين قليل العدد في أرض كل أهلها من غير المسلمين. Here it is very, very interesting because he is now taking care of the benefit of a group of Muslims living as a minority in South Africa. And here, although he is using some, used legal justification in his fatwa by having proofs from earlier thinking, giving really legal justifications in his fatwa, but at the end he said we have to take care of the benefit of this small group in South Africa. So this is how Abdu conceptualized the maslaha. How did he apply it in some of his fatwa? Maybe, Dr. Ray, if it is, I could just in order not to keep it like that. If there are really urgent questions during my presentation, I can answer them if there are any. But anyhow.
Yes. So far there are no questions.
Okay. But anyhow, if there are any urgent questions in order just to keep the dynamic and the interaction, I will be happy to receive them. Okay.
Thank you.
So, moving from Abdu now, we come to Rashid Rida. And this is very, very interesting. Because at this time, in the 1967, Jamaluddin al-Qasimi, the well-known Syrian scholar, published the small treatise by Najmuddin al-Tufi on the Maṣlaḥa. So, and here we started to see how these Muslim reformists and later generations were divided between the classical thinking of Maṣlaḥa. You will see a group defending al-Tufi and his view, or just not defending or taking this way. Others would just go al-Shatibi and al-Ghazali. We will come to that in a minute. And then you see in the contemporary Muslim scholars, they are taking from that and this and just going for between both. But anyhow, Jamaluddin al-Qasimi published the treatise of Najm ad-Din al-Tufi, which was immediately received by Rashid Rida in Al-Manar to comment on it and to also critically evaluate what Najmuddin al-Tufi says. Very, very briefly, and I think we can have a discussion about that. Najmuddin al-Tufi is taking the hadith La darara wa la dirara fil Islam. So no harm is inflicted or reciprocated in Islam in order to say the preference will be given to the Maṣlaḥa or to the Nas or to the text. And this is a very interesting which text, which is it the qat'i or is it the dhamni, is it subjective or objective, decisive or not. These are other conceptual and theoretical issues, but what my concern here is the trigger, the moment, really, and this is what I can read from the sources. This was the start of this debate about the relevance of Maṣlaḥa as a legal concept in Islamic jurisprudence among these reforms. So Jamal al-Din Qasim published the treatise. Rashid Rida took it and started to discuss about it. But before that, before the discovery of At-Tufi for Rashid Rida, we have to focus on another book which you see here on the left, Kitab Muhawarat al-Muslih wal-Muqallid, the debates between the reformer and the imitator. And in that book, it was a series of articles which Rashid Rida published in Al-Manar, but it was an imaginary debate. Rashid Rida, it was used in journalism and at this time in the Muslim world that you make an imaginary debate. And Rashid Rida was taking part of that. It's on the one hand, a religious legal treatise, but put in a literary form. So Rashid Rida imagined himself in that case as a young reformer and a shaykh from the imitators, Muqallideen, coming to discuss with him many issues. So before At-Tufi, Rashid Rida was putting these ideas as such. And here I'm making some extracts of it, and I can go through it. Here he is saying, الاستدلال الصحيح, here you see here under, وبطلان التقليد, the nullification of imitation, ووجوب البصيرة في الدين, just here the good understanding in religion, واتباع سبيل السلف الصالحين, the following the path of the Salaf, وطريق الوحدة الإسلامية, and then the way of Islamic unity in religious and political and judicial matters. And in this debate, he is trying to put some of his ideas. When it comes to Maṣlaḥa at the end of the treatise, in the last part of the treatise, Rashid Rida is making the difference between rituals, the ibadat, which is for the religious satisfaction or religious application of these rituals is no doubt about it. It's something very clear. But for him, what Professor Mu'taz al-Khatib has said, it is about al-mu'amalat al-dunyawiyya, the world transactions. And here we read in Muhawarat al-Muslih wal-Muqallid, it should be على أساس دفع المضار وجلب المنافع. So here, these worldly transactions should be based on pushing away the evil and acquiring benefits. وارتكاب أخف الضررين, and then the least of the two evils should be applied in that. So here, Rashid Rida making a difference between the rituals, the ibadat, which there is no discussion about it, but these الأحكام الدنيوية والمعاملات المعيشية, these worldly transactions, is not taken for worshipping. He's saying here لأنها ليست تعبدية وتختلف باختلاف الزمان والمكان. So here it can be changed according to time and place. Again here you see al-Muqallid, the imitator, say, for us, أحكام المعاملات, the rules of transactions, part of religion. Rida does not deny that, but he is looking at this. You have to also raise justice. And these are rulings which the ruler, here is meaning the Muslim ruler, if he applies, if it is true, then he has a point, because he has just like, raised justice, which is God's rule in life, and if not, then it is something else, because it is a human being. And this also raises the question which has been raised about the authority and sovereignty, and also use of this for the rulers. Where are the binaries? But anyhow, this is for Muhawalat al-Muslih. But when Jamal al-Din Qasimi, back to my point, has published this, Rashid Rida immediately commented on it in 1906, and he is saying here that this part, he say here, المصلحة بما لم نرى مثله لغيره من الفقهاء. For him, it was really an eye-opener. It was just something that he has never seen with for other scholars before. So this is actually the Tufi part. Here we have talked about it as a concept for communal benefit of the Muslim society, but how did Rashid Rida apply this in his thought? I will mention here 3 fatwas. There are many fatwas which Rashid Rida issued, especially for Muslims under non-Muslim rule, but here I'm concerning on 3 aspects. The first one, Muslims participating in non-Muslim armies. And here we have some examples which Rashid Rida witnessed. The first one is the participation of Tatar Muslims in Russia in the Russo-Japanese War. We know that in 1905, Russia was fighting against Japan. Yes, please. Yes. Yeah. 2 minutes, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is actually the conclusion.
Okay, fine. Then we have a couple of questions. Okay, excellent. Very good.
Yeah.
Wait.
And here we have just a fatwa for non-Muslim rules, Muslim participating in non-Muslim armies. The Russo-Japanese War was in 1995, and Rashid Rida was asked what is the destiny of those Muslims killed on the Japanese side, on the Russian side. Rashid Rida was saying they are martyrs, they are shuhada. And this is very surprising for many people that they were fighting on the Russian army, because he considered at this time that Japanese army, the Japanese government was the evil side. Not only that, but those Muslims participating in the Russian army will bring dignity for their own people once they are the winners in the war. So he's looking here at the communal benefit of the society once those Muslim soldiers just participating on the Russian side. Another point is Bosnia as Dar al-Harb or Dar al-Islam. In that time, Bosnia was also part of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and people were asking, an Ottoman imam there or scholar has considered Bosnia as Dar al-Harb and Muslims should lead it. And Rashid Rida was against that, and he was completely against it. He was really furious about this imam that asking Muslims to migrate from Bosnia, because he still considers Bosnia as Dar al-Islam, because once they migrate, so there is no existence of Muslims anymore there. The third one, when Muslims in Russia were asking him about receiving funds for the reform of education from the government. Some scholars just disallowed them, prohibited them to take this, because this money is from non-Muslim governments. Rashid Rida considered this as something terrible. I mean, he did not agree on that, and he asked Muslims to take benefit of that and to take use of this fund in order to reform their thinking. So here we have seen that these examples of Muslim scholars, Muslim reformers in the late 19th and early 20th century, how did they put this maslaha into practice on the theoretical level and some of their fatwa. So I think I can receive some questions now, Dr. Ray.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Excellent presentation. So the first question from Hossam Alam: can the approach of the 3 Azhari scholars to Maṣlaḥa be extended to Maqasid as well?
Yeah. You mean the 3 Azharis? I mean, the 3 were not Azharis, by the way, because Jamaluddin al-Afghani never studied Al-Azhar, and the same as Rashid Rida. Muhammad Abdu is the only Azhari. I think the question, if you read the thinking, they were using the Maqasid. The Maqasid was there, because when they are talking about this Maṣlaḥa, they were using also the question of ijtihad, ijma'. I will just come to this. I hope that it is here. Yeah. When you are talking about here, the ijma', for example, and they were talking about the Maqasid also from this perspective. Above here, وإني أذكر لكم مجمل أقوال العلماء, and I need to hear what Professor Al-Khatib would say about that, because he raised the question of ijma' besides the Maqasid and others. وإذا اقتضت المناظرة فإني أذكره في وقته. قال بعضهم إن الإجماع غير ممكن. So some scholars say that ijma' was not possible. Others say it is possible, but it never happened. And others say it happens, ولكن على سبيل العلم وله متعذر وغيره. So here they were using the same things with maqasid, ijma', ijtihad, and also to put this idea of communal and individual benefit of the Muslim society into practice.
Thank you very much. The second question is, I didn't understand, this is from Noha Hussein. I didn't understand Muhammad Abdul's words, the one you showed stating that those who consider Islam as multiple religions and not a single one.
What do you mean? Sorry, once again?
Okay, I'll read it again. Bear in mind, I didn't understand Muhammad Abdul's words, the one where you showed stating that those who consider Islam as multiple religions and not a single one.
Yeah.
How does that relate to his mentioned fatwas?
Yeah. We have to understand, as I said, that this fatwa from CILE received many critiques for Abdul. So scholars really reacted to him, even because at this time, the Khidewi of Egypt, when he traveled to Europe, he would just wear Western attire and people were just criticizing him and things like that. So there was a debate about this idea of imitation of the unbelievers and here understanding the colonial power. It's saying if you have other opinions, so it means that Islam is a multiple religion. It's not one religion because Islam is Islam for him. And if you come up with other views rather than this, you are inventing your own Islam. And this is again, you have to understand in this struggle between the reformers and the imitators. The question of taqleed was an issue for them. The question of closing the gate of ijtihad was an issue for them. For them, they wanted to break all of this. So for them is here, you consider Islam another religion if you don't think so. Yeah, especially when it comes to them as minorities, because he wants to help them. He is caring of their benefit in his own view.
Okay, thank you. This question comes from Saif Ali. Which person or group carried the legacy of Rashid Rida after him?
Yeah, very good.
And how? I'll just add the second question to that. How does his thought influence Muslim public society today?
Yeah. Actually, for my presentation, I have prepared many slides. Just if there are any questions, we could answer them. And for this, I will go there. Oh, sorry. If you look at the Tufis, I mean, just the people who just supported the Tufis in the line of Jamaluddin Qasimi and Rashid Rida, I mention here Subhi al-Mahmasan. In his book Falsafa al-Tashri' al-Islam, he followed this Tufian thing. Allal al-Fasi in Morocco, he followed this view and also was talking about La Darara wa Dirara fil Islam in order to talk about Maṣlaḥa. On the other hand, while we should not ignore that Rida was also taking Shatibi and Ghazali in that sense, we see just some, let me put it, modification of this thought, but not really taking a Tufi as the model, but taking this, you see it in Abdul Wahab Khalaf and Saeed Ramadan al-Bouti. If we are talking about the legacy of Rashid Rida, I would argue, and maybe some people, some colleagues and students may correct me, I may argue that Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, and especially the concept of fiqh al-aqaliyat, is based on this legacy in totally another form. And this is what I have argued in the paper I have shared with you, that fiqh al-aqaliyat as a concept is new, but it has some repercussions in the old history. And you see this in the fatwas of Rashid Rida. He's following a mechanism which you see in fiqh al-aqaliyat as such, with other terms like fiqh al-taysir, fiqh al-nawazil, all these concepts which Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi and rahimahullah Taha Jabir al-Alwani, these are, I think, the most important carriers of this legacy as a framework. Regarding the Muslim societies, it's very difficult, but I can talk about their times. Nowadays, they are cited. They are now. Just like their views. If you look at this idea of Muhammad Abdu's fatwa for meat slaughtered by non-Muslims, it comes again, especially for Muslims in the West. Muslims in the West, they cite this fatwa in order to make the meat slaughtered by Europeans also allowed to Muslims. So you see this in some cases, in some individual cases. But in that time, they were also addressing the public. They were making these ideas simplified in order to be followed at least by their readers. I hope that I have answered some of this parts of this question.
Thank you very much. Feel free to elaborate further if you wish. I have so far only one more question, and we have still plenty of time left. This comes from Aisha Malik, who says, it seems that the five maqasid are the foundation of all theoretical and applied Islamic philosophy. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Your voice was.
Yes, there's a bit of interference going on.
Yeah.
Okay. It seems that the five maqasid are the foundations of all theoretical and applied Islamic philosophy. Is that true?
Yeah, I cannot answer this question actually. And I would rather leave it to Professor Al-Khatib, I think, because this is much related to his Professor Al-Khatib.
Dr. Mu'taz, are you?
Yes, I'm here. We cannot say this in principle because when we talk about philosophy and theology, we are talking about different functions. And we are talking about epistemology in general, but when we talk about the application at the field of, as it was stated, in the field of usul, fiqh, Islamic legislation and fiqh. So here we talk about the values that are related to the application. So I cannot support this general actually.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Just to make it more clear, so it is these values are universal values in the classical time, but this is something different from saying that it was the basis of theology, for example, or philosophy. No, it's something different.
Okay, thank you very much. So Shazmin Rafiq says, least evil is still evil, right?
Yeah.
Is it only used by Reda as reformist?
No, I don't think so. And I think back to the classical thinking. I think Dr. Mu'taz can just confirm this or discredit it. I think this is an also a classical point of view. One of the examples, for example, discussing about this Maṣlaḥa in the classical sources, support that unbelievers in the time of war, they captivate a group of Muslim prisoners, and the only solution is to kill them all. Whether you have this evil that you will be killing Muslims with non-Muslims or to save the whole community. And I think when we are talking about akhaffu ad-dararayn, both are darar, both are evil, but you have to choose at the end of the day of the lesser evil and having the bigger benefit. So maybe this example, this classical example, which is also cited by Rida and many others, I mean, just like in there and Tufi has mentioned that when takrisul kuffar bil muslimin, when those unbelievers take these Muslims as shield, as prisoners, and in order to save the bigger community, you could kill them all.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for now.
Would you like me to comment on this issue?
Please, please.
Okay. So as for this very famous issue, which is termed as at-tatarrus, there is an agreement between the fiqh schools on this issue, although they disagreed about enacting the maslaḥa, in applied cases. So, but they agreed on this issue in principle. So this can fall under the category of al-maslaḥa al-mursala, that unrestricted benefit or interest. So it was mentioned by different Muslim jurists in different schools.
Yeah.
So including Al-Ghazali.
Yes, and then also cited again by those reformers.
Yes, the point here, it's very important that what is Dr. Amr is saying, that, in the classical time, what Tufi said was not conceived or appreciated by Muslim jurists. And even within his school, the Hanbali school. So the point that the reformers are making here is to go beyond the tradition, because this was one of their objectives, and this is why the dialogue is named by Rashid Rida as al-muqallid wal-muslah, So he wants to go beyond and to break the taqlid, to break the tradition, to have more freedom to go to be selective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Heather wants to make a comment. Dr. Heather, please.
Yes, thank you very much. This is very interesting. I also wanted to comment when Matlab was speaking, Dr. Matlab, and so I will bring both comments together. I actually was very interested.
Dr. Amr, could you mute your
audio? I will commute, yes. This is what I meant.
Just the audio for now, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, can I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I enjoyed very much what Dr. Mu'taza and Dr. Amr actually presented. And I think that a very important word that Dr. Mu'taza mentioned when he was speaking is the word of imagination. I mean, we have to have a very great imagination in order to see the web of interests, actually. It's not about maslaḥa in one specific case. It's the whole trick, if I can say so, is about balancing all that web of maslahas on the individual, collective, on the political, economic, societal, and in different spheres as well, in different topics. And because things went out of the expectation of course, the nas, the wahi, the dalil is the same, but the scale affected very much the way people think at things. And here I come back to the question that Noha presented when Dr. Mu'taz was speaking, when she asked about architecture and art. So I will bring that more to the space dimension, the scale and space, the spatial dimension is very important. And I think Dr. Amr's presentation, the backbone of it is the imagination of space. This is what brought, because of the expansion, because of colonialism, because of the existence of minorities of Muslims, something that is fairly, I mean, it used to be happening in history as well, but not according to that scale, and in such an imbalance of power between the Muslim Ummah and other nations and other Ummahs as well. So I think that space and scale matter a lot, and here, not only preserving Muslim lives when it comes to turning them into human shields in war, like Dr. Amr mentioned, but even when you come to architecture, herbicide, for example, are we supposed to attack areas where if we come in war, for example, we would lead to herbicide and even of heritage, not only of buildings, so that to occupy a place, we have to bring down all the urban heritage that they have. What type of checks and balances do we have here? And it's not as easy as saying we save lives, it's more important than stones. Flesh and stone come together, and there are dimensions mentioning Qaradawi, the issue regarding Taliban destroying Buddha temple or Buddha statue or something like that. So I think that it's important actually, and what also Dr. Amr said was talking about decolonialization. It's like how to basically deal with colonialism as a very important landmark of thinking when Muslims started realizing they have to make tajdeed. and to open a bit the concept of maslaha instead of turning it into a closed concept, so that it would help engage in that. Last but not least, I think the notion of fatwa is very important. Are we talking about principles? Because Dr. Mu'taz made the map of what ought to be, what usually fuqaha and usulis present in terms of their definition of the concept of maslaha and its map of understanding. But we also have so many things changing. And when it comes to maslaha, where I'm concerned, because I'm a political scientist, there are so many things changing that should go to the area of fatwa, which is not a simple area. It has been, by the way, ridiculed. Since Salman Rushdie's affair, the notion of fatwa has been ridiculed. The notion of al-amr bil-ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar since Nasr Hamid Abu Zaid's affair was also ridiculed, that hisba and stuff like that. So I think it's a very wide map, and we have to have a very vibrant imagination in order to be able to sort of draw this very complex map and ask ourselves, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the principles, the rhetoric, the ideas, the ideological, the ideational, because there are so many levels, of course, as you know. It's just my comment. It just was in my mind when you were talking, both of you, Amra and Mu'taz. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you so much. Really, this puts really a bigger framework for things. Thank you.
Amra, there are two further questions. The first is, how come Ibn Taymiyyah's works are not considered as reformist?
Who is asking this question?
Shazmin Rafiq.
Can she clarify what does she mean as a reformist? Because I have some historical background about the diffusion of Ibn Taymiyyah's thought in that time.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe she will write and tell us. But Hassam asks, what is the significance of calling them reformers? Why not just thinkers?
Yeah, this is very good. Because you are talking about Islah. It's that, just you can call them reformers, they reformist Salafis, you can call them whatever. One thing I would like to say, this is a kind of labels, which is very helpful for us as researchers, but sometimes it's tempting to use them. Therefore, in the beginning of my presentation, I say call them whatever you want. Call them modernists, call them reformers, call them neo-traditionalists. Whatever the case it is, these are categorizations which are helpful for us. In order not to, for sure, just using them as etiquettes is not plausible, is not really recommended, but they are really handy tools. They are very useful tools in order to categorize them, to understand what is the difference between their thinking and others, which could be ultra-orthodox, whatever the word orthodox is applicable to Islam or not, to use them on the scale with other secularists, with other progressive liberals. So these are only labels which help us. But whatever the case it is, they are using the terms themselves. The Salafs, Islah versus Taqlid. Rashid Rida himself is using this treatise, Muhawarat al-Muslih wal-Muqallid, the debates between the reformer and the imitator. So it is in their own vocabulary.
Thank you. Let me now call upon Mahmoud Afifi, who wanted to make a comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank you, Dr. Amra and for their presentation. They both were really inspiring and eye-opening. I would just like to refer to the distinction that they both mentioned between ibadat and muamalat. So what I feel is like the modern discourse of Maṣlaḥa is trying to make this distinction very clear between ibadat and muamalat, and this is parallel in a sense to the idea of making the ritual stand out of the subject, to the extent that we can think of the ritual as having influence on the subject when they come to engage in human interactions or worldly transactions. And I do think that's like a healthy way of thinking of Maṣlaḥa, because in Islamic experience and in many anthropological studies that have been conducted in the Muslim world, we can find this relationship very, very close between ibadat and mu'amalat. And even Shatibi in his book, Al-Muwafaqat, when he mentioned this distinction between al-ibadat and al-mu'amalat, and he said al-adat is only what is concerned regarding the maslaha. Then he said there is no ada or there is no a worldly transaction except that it is a ta'abbudi matter in a sense. So it's still in a sense any action that humans are engaged with, it's intended to fulfill a ta'abbudi or religious purpose. So it's just like a caveat, or it is something that should make us Islamic scholars very careful when we use this distinction between adat and ibadat, so that we don't fall in the same trick that is maybe can be noticed within Christianity, in the Christian experience of secularism, when they make this distinction between life and religion. And even Christian scholars, as far as I can tell, they started to pay attention to this distinction, and they started to even do away with this distinction between adat and ibadat, and they're trying to make some studies within the church and within Christian life to prove that it's still ibadat and rituals have influence on worldly interactions, worldly life. So yeah, I just wanted to draw attention to this point of the distinction between adat and ibadat, and we still need to keep in mind that ibadat in some way or another have influence on adat and worldly transactions, because this distinction and this sharp separation between adat and the ibadat, ritual and the subject, is something that has been promoted by modernity itself, and not by Islam or even Christian religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Amr, you have 5 minutes to respond.
Yes. Regarding Ibn Taymiyyah, just, how to consider him as a reformer. I mean, just like, we know that actually the diffusion of Ibn Taymiyyah's ideas, when we are talking about the printing press at least. One thing I would like to add, Fatawa Ibn Taymiyyah was published in the early 20th century in collaboration between Jamal al-Din al-Qasimi in Syria and a Baha'i printer under the name Farajallah al-Kurdi, صاحب مطبعة كردستان العلمية في القاهرة. He was an Azhar student coming from Kurdistan, converted to Baha'ism, and as a printer, he is the first one to print Fatawa Ibn Taymiyyah, which was praised, helped, supported by Jamal al-Din al-Qasimi, who sent him the manuscripts and also more commissioned the printing, and Rashid Rida was praising it. And Rashid Rida was mentioning when he's praising it in Al-Manar, وَقَدْ طُبِعَتْ طَبَعَهَا فَرَجَلَّ الْكُرْدِي الْبَهَائي. So he knew that he is a Baha'i, but we have to problematize this because the relation with the Baha'is in Egypt with those modernist reformists was different. But what I wanted to make it clear that the idea of reformation was a diffused idea. It was not as we could think it in a categorization in blocks. This is Rashid Rida, Al-Din Qasimi, these are the Baha'is. No, I don't read the historical facts as such. I read it as overlapping and diffusing in itself. So you see a Baha'i publishing Fatawa Ibn Taymiyyah, printing it, diffusing it, helped by those reformists. But we see in the development of Rashid Rida's ideas that after the First World War, you find more diffusion for books like Al-Mughni ibn Qudama, also other legal books by Ibn Taymiyyah, and you see this very, very clear, especially after the First World War. So here, Ibn Taymiyyah was not completely absent. It was there, but if we read this historical, information in that, we should see from the beginning of the 20th century how did he come into play, and then how did this develop throughout the 20s and 30s.
Yes, Amr, Shazmin has clarified her question on Ibn Taymiyyah. She says his rulings on killing the Mongols, it was believed that the Mongols already started becoming Muslims during this. Isn't this the characteristic of reform?
I don't know. I cannot answer this actually, whether it is typically characteristic for reformists or not. But yeah, I'm much more concerned. I don't know, but maybe other colleagues can help me with that. But I cannot judge this. I mean, just to say this is also characteristic of reformists and they are following Ibn Taymiyyah in all these matters. I don't know actually.
Okay, thank you so much. We have pretty much run out of time now. Thank you for questions. I beg your pardon?
Do you have a minute?
1 minute.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. As for Ibn Taymiyyah, I think Dr. Amr already mentioned the link between reformers and Ibn Taymiyyah, and I think Ibn Taymiyyah played an influential role in the reform movement. Muhammad Abdu and mainly Rashid Rida. And he was in the background, especially his student also, Ibn al-Qayyim. So we know that Ibn al-Tufi was a student of Ibn Taymiyyah, Najmuddin al-Tufi. So just to make a statement here that Ibn Taymiyyah applied Maṣlaḥa in a wide range. So he was applying Maṣlaḥa in so for example, there are many fatwas later were confirmed by some reformers, including Rida. It was based on Maṣlaḥa. For example, when Ibn Taymiyyah was talking about al-nami, so that zakah is the desire to be paid for the growing money or property. So, and this can be applied for any growing money or property in the opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah. So, but this is not the case in the four Sunni schools, So he based this based on the proper attitude that he considered as the illah or the maslaha behind the illah to extend the ruling to any property, any growing property, because an-nama. So this is one of the just to as for the Mughals, the fatwa, the Ibn Taymiyyah's fatwa on the Mughal. I think Ibn Taymiyyah was not convinced by. We know that the Mughals at that time they converted to Islam, and he was not convinced by he considered this conversion as a political action. He was not convincing by the reality or the honesty of this conversion. And anyway, there is a political considerations related to this issue. It can be explained in different contexts. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now it is time to have a break. Thank you very much, Dr. Amr, and thank you, Dr. Martaz, for your answers to the questions. It was excellent. Normally, we would provide refreshments and lovely cakes and biscuits and things. I'm really sorry. You'll have to rely on your own resources for that now, but do grab something to eat, a cup of coffee or something.
Digital snacks, no?
Well, I'm sorry, I could choose my biscuits. So we shall resume at exactly at 4 o'clock for the next paper with Dr. Sari Hanafi. Thank you very much.
Can I say something, Ray, please?
Yes. Who's speaking?
I'm Heba. I'm Heba Rose.
Sorry.
I'm in the kitchen like any loyal mother, so I'll not put my video on.
Okay.
Just to keep time a bit busy for the participants to think till Sari comes back. I was just thinking about the issues that were raised, and part of them is actually, again, what Nuha said, because usually architecture and art are a bit more remote from what we are talking about. When it comes to Maṣlaḥa, more the pressing Maṣlaḥa, the pressing interest takes precedence. So I think that when she was talking about architecture, there is a very nice text that the participants might be interested to have a look at later, which is Building, Dwelling and Thinking by Heidegger. It's translated into English. There is a recent even a translation. If they look around for it, they will find it, more accurate one, translated by a German young scholar recently. And there is an old translation, Building, Dwelling and Thinking by Heidegger. And it talks about how actually this should be taken into consideration, how when we build, the built environment itself that we build actually affects very much our understanding of space, self, morality, religion, religious practices, religiosity, and also our understanding of Maṣlaḥa, individual as well as collective. So it just hit me when I was in the past two sessions, and I think that this text of Building, Dwelling and Thinking by Heidegger is worth including in our discussion sometimes when we are talking about interest, individual, collective, etc. How the built environment affects very much our judgment.
Right, Heba, if you could do us the favor and type the reference to that.
Okay, I will try to find you the most recent translation because it's better than the old ones. Okay, and I will write it in the chat. I'm not sure if anyone can have access to it, and then maybe you can put it for the participants. Okay, I will get you the link right away. Okay.
Thank you very much. For those who have asked, a number of people have asked whether we will be sending you copies of the PowerPoint presentation.
Right, just to know, I am online. Hello.
Well, we were just filling in for you. Sorry. So.
Okay. So I will come after.
After when? No, we're done. We're ready for you.
Okay, great. So I'm ready also.
I've already introduced you, so please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Hello everyone. Now you understand what the meaning of being in Beirut, that we have electricity cut every 5 minutes. Mona, I cannot share my PowerPoint, please.
Sure, give me a second.
Yeah.
And we need your, very good.
Okay. Still I cannot share. Okay, now I can share. Okay. Just 1 second. Okay, now do you see my PowerPoint? Hello?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yes, it's fine.
Yeah, you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, Hello everyone. Now my title is Maṣlaḥa as a qualified public reason, primary analysis of some current debates in the Arab world. Let me first, following Amr and Mu'taz definition of Maṣlaḥa, let me also have some specification about these terms that for me this is a meta norm that if I follow the definition of Muhammad Fadil, these norms apply to positive law that took as its primary focus not how God would likely judge particular acts in the next life, whether commission or omission of a particular act render personal deserving of divine praise or blame, but rather the secular consequences of those same acts upon other human beings or society at large or both. So this is not to show you that Maṣlaḥa is not necessarily applied everywhere, but at least when it's a matter of a relation between a human being. Islamic positive law is a realm in which Islamically reasonable rules rather than the truth, as one cannot assume that a political commitment as expressed by particular rule expresses a non-negotiable moral or theoretical commitment. So here we should highlight the difference between political commitment and theological commitment. So it is an engine of rationalization, and as Armando Salvatore put it, is steeped in the logic of communicativity and its contingency, and how action engenders normativity via cognitive, cultural, and communicative means. So Maṣlaḥa means that we need to look to the context empirically and provide moral justifications. And this is argumentation basically can be part of public. Not a lot of words in my PowerPoint. Sorry, because home is unavailable, and unfortunately I cannot go to university because of the curfew in Lebanon. So there is two approaches to understand the relationship between or the applicability of Maṣlaḥa as a public reason. One can be done historically and looking to the Orthodox Islam, specifically the Mu'tazila and the Ash'ariyya. And I think this is done in a terrific way by a long article of Muhammad Fadil, 66 pages in 2008, the article called The True, the Good and the Reasonable, the Theological and Ethical Roots of Public Reason in Islamic Law. But my paper will be about the second approach, contemporary Islam in debate. So about the first approach, and to finish with, what Fadil argued that he want to ground he want to inquiry, if you like, the ground on which Muslim citizens on a liberal state could participate in a Rawlsian overlapping consensus. And I will explain this in a few seconds. His reply, yes, based on Islamic theology and ethics. He describes the development of a system of intra-Muslim normative pluralism in which the existence of conflicting ethical judgments was accepted as a legitimate and inevitable product of moral reasoning. Always, according to Fadil, the existence of normative pluralism in the realm of ethics in turn made the project of the legal system derived entirely from revelation and epistemological impossibility. The result was that Islamic substantive law was forced to adopt a non-theological mode of justification. He concludes that Islamic substantive law produced by Muslim jurists in the pre-modern Islamic legal system made appeals to what Rawls would deem to be public reason. So let me outline my talk today. So I will start explaining what is public reason for those who don't are not much familiar with John Rawls, and then go to explain that why we need a test of application of Maṣlaḥa today, because both society and religiosity, if you like, have been in tremendous changes, undergone tremendous changes. And then I will go through 3 case studies using sociological methods, if you like, content analysis of 3 debates. One concern personal status, public policy, and policy power. It means السياسة الشرعية, and one on classical moral issues. So this is the menu for today. So what is a public reason? Again, I will go to Fadil because I rely on him theoretically, if you like, in his work on grounding his work in Orthodox Islam. That for him, the centrality of rational inquiry in the quest for salvation and conceiving the basis of the ethical good life, Islamic theology and ethics place relatively greater emphasis on the procedural integrity of inquiry rather than its substantive conclusions. As a result, Muslim ethical theory produced a system of normative pluralism that recognized the burden of judgment. So the substantive conclusion of application of Maṣlaḥa, I will leave it to jurists and fuqaha. I will leave it to Mu'taz al-Khatib, for instance. But again, this is very important to look to the procedural integrity. So what is a public reason in political liberalism? You know the famous seminal book of Jean Rawls, Political Liberalism, who delineate the legitimate use of political power in a democracy and envisage how civic unity might endure during the several incompatible, though reasonable, theories of goods that free institutions allow. So this is really the big dilemma they put us into in our democracy, how to have legitimacy of use of political power. So imposing a unified law raises 2 challenges. Challenges and stability. So for legitimacy, our rules will tell us that our exercise of political power is fully proper only when it is exercised in accordance with a constitutional essentials. What is this constitution? The essential with a constitution. The essential of this constitution, what it is, free and equal may reasonably be expected to endorse in the light of principles and ideals acceptable to their common human reason. So this is what is the legitimacy of political liberalism. The stability, the big challenge of it is, why would a citizen willingly obey the law if it is imposed on her by a collective body, many of whose members have beliefs and values dissimilar to her own? So Rawls would place his hope in for social stability on the overlapping consensus. This is a very important concept for him. So for an overlapping consensus to arise, the adherence of conflicting comprehensive doctrines like Islam must be reasonable. So the justification they proffer for the exercise of political power can be justified by the criterion of reciprocity. By this, by criterion of reciprocity, Rawls means citizens must reasonably believe that all citizens can reasonably accept the enforcement of a particular set of basic laws. Those coerced by law must be able to endorse the society's fundamental political arrangements freely, not because they are dominated or manipulated or kept uninformed. So I think this is a nutshell, if you like, what is the public reason in the political liberalism of Jean Rawls. But this political liberalism has some limitations. For instance, always the justification, according to Jean Rawls, should be shared by the others. So if we live in a country like Lebanon, that you have Christian and Muslims, so it means that I would never use any religious argument to put it in the public sphere. Well, Cécile Laborde, in her book Liberalism Religion, is a really very important work. Correct some of if you like, Eurocentric conception of public reason of Jean Rawls, showing that no, some argument, even religious, can be shared publicly, even if people, they are not religious, something like that, or they know. Because when we say shared, it should be on knowledge, but also they accept, they know, basically on knowledge, if you like, knowing about an argument. And of course, I rely heavily to correct Jean Rawls with an Irish philosopher, a disciple of Habermas, who actually criticized both Rawls and Habermas, and showing that we can that the way Rawls formulates his public reason prohibited somehow religious ideas to be in the public spheres. So it say no, actually they can, any argument can, whether religious or secular, but they should have some criteria, not to be an authoritarian practical reasoning. So what is authoritarian practical reasoning? So any idea which looks like absolute, like somebody talk on behalf of God, and then I think the work of the Lebanese philosopher Sadiq is very important about Al-Ghanouchi, showing that how the ijtihad is make even a religious idea is non-authoritarian if it accounts for history and context, and showing justified to the public. It's not just because it comes from the God. So, in a nutshell, I would say, look, even Muhammad Fadil and Mu'taz Khatib, they are very interested to say, oh, look, we are in continuum with taqlid. And taqlid here, I use it in a positive meaning. It means that the tradition, the consensus, the interpretation of the Quran and the Hadith, etc. What I put emphasis is to say, look, but wait a minute, even people understanding of religion, what is religiosity is changing, and our society is changing. It's simply, we cannot conceive anymore society as a separate compartment. So the spheres of religion, culture, politics, social, and economic are traversed by common logics, which allow a given society to be encompassed in its totality. It's like Marcel Mauss or Carpolani did, for instance. I am in this tradition. So in this meaning, if we refuse this way of looking differentiated, so much the secular from the religious, the economic from the social, and etc., we are really in trouble to understand our modernity today. So simply, for instance, any ideology and religious interpretation today are important driver, but should be understood in their political and social context, and perhaps cannot be seen as a separate explanation. So this is where I have problems sometimes to follow that where is the religious argument start and where is the political argument begin. So again, even we can appreciate now secularism, but in a specific way. If it is simply this distinction between religious institution and state institution, and these distinctions done in a way of securing liberal democratic ideals. And as far state neutrality is restricted to reply to the notion of overlapping, or if you like, overlapping consensus of our notion of the good, because in fact there is no one conception of the good. So we live finally in this section, I would say, we live in a plural and polarized societies, and where local and national communities are weakened by global forces. There is no longer exists a consensus of any version of the good life. There is multiple notion of good life, including among Islamic heritage and tradition. So let me go now to my case studies. So the first one, I will take something I did. Actually, I presented in CILE 2 or 3 years ago, and it was published in Islamic Ethics in a journal. It's a case study of gender equality and the inheritance debate in Tunisia. So first, before talking about this case, we should highlight that post-Arab uprising, really we are in there is a presence of a new Islamic movement, or what Asif Bayat called post-Islamist, where really this differentiation between the profane and the religious is not there. Yeah, okay. And I looked to the debate, and I found both those who are for the new law in favor of equal gender equality of inheritance and against the law, both they use three sets of arguments: textual or jurisprudential, sociological, and legal. So it's not anymore that An-Nahba, for instance, they use only a textual one. They didn't put the verse, the Quranic verse, للرجل مثل حظ الأنثيين, and say full stop, take it or leave it. No, And actually what is very interesting, how they look for overlapping consensus, how they say, look, let's make it by default, as the classical fiqh put it, and allow people, if they don't want to give half the woman of the man, let them do it as they like. So I think I don't have much time because Ray signaled 5 minutes, but I can do this in Q&A much more. The second case is the public policy, the siyasa sharia case. I will take a very controversial issue, the normalization between the Arab world and Israel. And of course, you have two positions in the public sphere. Positions say it's a purely political matter. This is the case of Ben Baya, for instance, or the others. Many Islamic and post-Islamist movements say no. It's also a religious matter, and this is my position, by the way. So two discourse for two publics. So we find in Tunisia and in Morocco clearly a separation between the da'wi and the political. This is why they have two different discourse to the public of believer and to the citizens, whether they believe or not, or belong to the party or not. So we have in Morocco 4 positions. The scientific committees, al-Lijan al-Ilmiya, it means that like Dar al-Ifta, if you like, they it's a total silence. They didn't neither criticize nor endorse the king position. Al-Adl wal-Ihsan heavily criticized it. Movement of unification and reform is heavily criticized it, and Development Party, Development and Justice Party, BDG in Morocco, actually they are in the power. They, as we know, that in fact they make a kind of justification on the ground, or on the political commitment ground. So the feature of this debate: first, no qualification. We didn't see one time anyone say if you normalize with Israel you are kafir, apostate. So no disqualification of moral standard of the other. The second, the argument I look to 34 articles written in Morocco in the last 1 month and a half. So it's clear many political and sociological arguments to qualify their position, whether in favor or against the normalization. So it's clearly here you have the burden of judgment, burdens of judgment, and this is very important for the public reason, the Rawlsian public reason. And there is a few use of textual argument. It means and return to the heritage, whether this is applicable to Sulh al-Hudaybiyah or not, or etc., from the history of Prophet. It's really, it's almost absent in the debate. So, and of course, we notice a shift on the emphasis from Islamic Ummah to the emphasis on nation-state affairs. As you know, that the big story is the Sahara, whether the Sahara justify sacrifice temporarily the Palestinian case. So the conclusion for the 2 case studies is that the public reason means deliberation peacefully, and this is done in open public spheres and seeking overlapping consensus. The consensus here is sought with other different political forces, including the hegemonic king authority. So here it's clear we have a differentiation between theoretical commitment, including non-negotiable aspects on it, and the political commitment as often manifested in the substantive Islamic law. So negotiable, justified on political grounds. again, don't misunderstand me that I am justifying the normalization with Israel. I am here looking to the procedural. Procedurally, it's really what is going on. It's amazing. It's a constitution of this public reason in a country like Morocco or Tunisia in the two cases. The last cases before, and this is my last point before Ray raises his hand again. So actually here to be a little bit more cautious about that. In fact, if you look to sensitive issues like the moral issues, sexuality, for instance, here where you don't find necessarily an overlapping consensus, you find rather what I call modus vivendi. It means that we cohabitate with the issue without necessarily have a debate publicly, because we know that it's so painful to agree, so we don't do debate somehow. So the modus vivendi grounded not on rights, the human rights, we hear a question about human rights, but on another notion, tolerance, i.e. considering sexual conduct is a private matter and should not be regulated by authorities. So I did around 30 interviews in non-representative samples. So this is why I don't bring any numbers, just to give you the scope of attitude. So first, many declared knowing gay lesbian people around them, and they accept their presence. A neighbor, somebody told me he discovered his son is a gay. Well, I mean, what to do? I mean, I talk with him. He is not convinced, but he is still my son. Other fewer this time accept their visibility in the public sphere. For instance, one said, I know that a bar for a gay exists in Beirut, but I decided not to go there. So, in fact, here denied the right to gay people. So they, in both cases, there is no right. They don't accept the right for people to be gay people to have a marriage or institution partnership. So deny the right to gay people, evoke sometimes religious argument to say it's haram in Islam, etc. But other times is the fact that act of sexuality, this act is against nature and disgusting. There is a lot of insisting on disgusting. And this is a problem. You don't find it only in the Islamic world. Martha Nussbaum, also another liberal American, show us in many places in the world rights are denied based on the feeling of disgust. This is a big issue, and I argue the French reaction against the Muslim veil is also based on disgust. So this is really problematic. So the last only one among all what I met, they said they argue they accept the right to have institutional recognition for gay and lesbian. So last slide. Okay. So my last slide is that in fact the Islamic comprehensive doctrine of the good, according to Fadil, and right, I agree with him, that has a hierarchical set of normative discourses. You have ilm al-kalam, scholastic theology, ilm usul al-fiqh, moral theology, and you have substantive law, the law. Okay. The normative conclusion set forth in scholastic theology and in moral theology bind primary the individual conscience. So here where I found it amazing that it's really fit to the case in my case in Lebanon, that tolerance is that people tolerate, also considering homosexuality is wrong, but they tolerate it. In contrast to the rules of substantive law, so giving right, okay, politically relevant, independent, of any theological belief in their correspondence to the divine will. So you see here where I think it's public reason allow you this gymnastic, that you have an individual conscience on something, but for political reason you will do another thing. So another example, I think it's important. An adulterer deserves in the judgment of God to be subject to capital punishment, but nevertheless agree that such a punishment should be applied by the state. So here where rules will say, wait a minute, this is problematic for me. As a political for not applying the rule be for principled reasons and not a result of contingent balance of power that is presently unfavorable to applying that rules. This is often what the left use it against the Islamists. Say, yeah, they are, look, Ghanouchi, look how he's nice because he is not governing yet. When he is the only political party, when they are more than 50% in the parliament, they will remove all our liberty. And so they are in this meaning they have this skepticism a la John Rawls. However, Cook tell us no. Wait a minute. Again, people may have this feeling that if you like, that what they put as a political commitment is different from theological commitment. This is normal because a human being is autonomously moral. Autonomously, it means that he has the right to have a set of normality as he wanted to do. So this is. I will stop here to say, look, we have evidence that sociologically, the way now the new Islamic movement is applying Maṣlaḥa is corresponding to basic liberal values set by Rawls and Cook, and so I see procedurally we are really in a good progress toward pluralistic and liberal and democratic society, and use our faith, using our religiosity. There is no incompatibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sari. There's a lot in this, and particularly the very, very interesting case studies. We only have one question at the moment, but before I move to that one, I wanted to just ask you about, and this is partly in relation to Rawls and the idea of legitimate authority. And as you know, if we go back to Max Weber, we find what's behind democratic liberalism, of course, is always the power of the state. And the state is only recognized as a state, and the government of a state is only recognized as legitimate if they have a monopoly over the means of violence, right? So exactly, they have the power of violence. And we saw this play out recently in Washington. So while we talk about reason in relation to public interest and so on, in the background, there's always this sense of if you like, threat. The threat of violence, the state violence, is always present. And that is also part of the whole history of the social contract, of course, right? That's the first bit that I wanted to mention for you to respond to. And the other one was, you know, in relation to the separation or compartmentalization that you referred to. Just a throwaway remark. You should go back to Talcott Parsons in this. Okay.
Or you are collecting?
No, that's me. And now I'm still collecting. But that was me just to get going.
Yeah, okay. Just 1 second, I will take a pen. Okay.
I have a commentary, please, when I'm done with the
Yeah, ready. Yeah. I'm ready. If anyone wanted to talk. Hello?
Hello, you don't want to respond to my comment about...
No, this is... Actually, there is a misunderstanding, Ray. With the pleasure. I asked you whether you want to collect or not. You tell me yes.
Okay.
No. So I... No, with the pleasure to reply.
Yeah, there is... Okay. First of all, there is one question, and Heba wants to say something also. So why don't you make your comment, then we'll let Heba make her comments, and then I'll pose this other question, and you'll realize why I've left that till later.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, look, what is very important in political liberalism of roles, that his liberalism is a mixture between the egalitarian Europe and the notion of freedom. Hello?
Heba, can you please mute your audio? Yeah.
Yeah. So Rawls' political liberalism has both the advantage of European tradition of equality, egalitarian, and the American one, which the freedom. And here, if you like, his American tradition will redress the barbarian conception of the pure legitimate use of violence by the state. So exactly, I mean, the whole work of John Rawls, that he is not accepting simply a state because it's a mighty, has a power that impose neither the conception of goods nor if you like imposing mainly the conception of goods. This is why for Rawls, what the state can do is to be very procedural about the concept of justice. Exactly, he is anti-Weberian in this meaning. Is it okay?
That's just fine. Thank you very much. Dr. Heba, you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, I just felt very intrigued. The presentation was extremely interesting. Thank you very much for that. But I'm commenting from the seats of the students, from the seats of attendees, and not from the panelists, because I'm learning so much from Sari all the time. So I think that when you said that the Islamists are applying, referring basically to Tunisia, the Islamists are applying liberal sort of principles, and this is a good progress. I felt like, what is good about it? It's like they might as well turn into liberals. There is no problem, and there is nothing good about being liberal, by the way. So I was very intrigued to comment. And you say that this is towards democratic, development, etc. I don't think that this is actually accurate. Yeah, let me disagree with you later, but I don't think this is accurate. And I think that what is very striking in what you're saying, and the over-celebration with the Tunisian experience, which is a great experience and inspired us in the Arab Spring in Egypt, of course. And now we were celebrating 10 years or commemorating 10 years of the revolution in the past few days, and the Egyptian Facebook was like between enthusiasm and sadness, because it was aborted. But I think that we sometimes forget, because of our sociological or political concern about the current situation and the present, that in the beginning of the 20th century, especially in Egypt, but also in Al-Sham, in the Mashriq, in the Arab world, we had fantastic debates where actually very prominent scholars engaged in public reasoning without necessarily using a religious discourse. Of course, they didn't have to explain who they are or where they come from, but the argumentation that they made was actually par excellence public reasoning. And I think that the question then would be what happened after the 1930s and 40s that actually took us into almost like 60 years of silence, public reasoning in a tolerant way, in a respectable way, extent that even on the very personal level, someone like a atheist person or someone who's coming from a leftist background would pass away. The other groups and the other trends would basically show sorrow, and they would show respect. And we had and this was under occupation, which is very strange, The 1910s till the late 1940s witnessed very vibrant argumentation. So I'm a bit reluctant to consider the Tunisian case the ultimate progress. The second, and I will be very short, not to pick up from the other attendees, is that there should be a differentiation between three levels. I think when it comes to law, because you mentioned Muhammad Fadel, when it comes to yourself, because you are a sociologist, and when it comes to politics, where I stand. So there is a difference between socialization, legitimation, and taxation, which is just a symbol for the authority of the state in the economic, but also in the sovereign domain. So if you mentioned regarding the gay rights and homosexuality, etc., of course there were gays around across history in every society, but there was no demand for recognition and legitimation, and it was part of it was left to the society to basically deal with it in terms of letting it go, not giving it attention, not making big fuss of it, just, it exists. It does not need legitimation. What is now in the politics of recognition, the question, would we be able to reform, as they say, or the...
Thank you very much.
That there is a legitimation. So, for example, Zimma, where when Islam spread, they asked the Zoroastrians with the Fatah of Iran, do you have a book? And they said, yes, we do. So they said, okay, then you are people of the book, and they paid jizya, while Muslims paid zakat. So there is also the economic dimension, not only the societal political. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Heba, I think we just need to let Sari respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Just thank you, Heba, because you allow me to qualify some of my my talk, my argumentations. First of all, I didn't say at all that Tunisia or Morocco are a democratic and liberal state or society. I'm saying there is a progress toward this. So this is, for instance, in Morocco, it's terribly, take the case of normalization. It's a pure an authoritarian reason. If tomorrow you do a poll in Morocco, you will find most probably 90% at least they are against. So I'm not at all make a normative statement about the content, if you like, the conclusion. of this. But what I am saying the following, that in fact, for the first time, you have in the public sphere a competing opinions visible in public spheres in the same place. It's not one is hidden in a small mosque and other has all the newspapers and the TV, etc. No, you have one public sphere where you have these competing ideas, competing according to rules of public reason, of Coke, Maeve Coke, or Jean Rose. So in this meaning, you have for me, it's a progress. Now, to qualify whether the conclusion is good or not, this is another story. And here really I am modest. It means that this needs a faqih to qualify the conclusion, and I don't pronounce on the conclusion. I may have a personal opinion on that, but I don't have, if you like, a legal opinion, an Islamic legal opinion. So, but again, so I think in regard of the constitution of public reasons in post-Arab uprising in many places in the Arab world, this I would say new, good. I don't like that there is a faqih who pronounced alone on al-Maṣlaḥa. I wanted this to be debated, legitimized by visibility and debate in the society. This is where I like Raisuni, he is writing in the newspaper. He is not, Raisuni is not using Ittihad al-Ulama al-Muslimin, and he is the president, to make a statement and to say full stop. Hello? Okay? Yeah. So no, he is addressing the public to denounce his colleague al-Uthmani, actually. But I mean, no matter, again, I am not pronouncing about the content of the argument, but he is saying something new, that Maṣlaḥa is not something to be deliberated in Doha, in where is the Ittihad Ulama al-Muslimin. It's something to be deliberated in newspapers and in debates, in public debate. This is what is new.
Okay, thank you very much. We need to put a couple of questions to you from the student population. The first one is asks you to continue the discussion on gender equality, the gender equality debate in Tunisia. What are the main positions and how do they justify it? And let me go on. Abayoumi, that was from Hira Amin, and Abayoumi Sharami has a number of questions asking what is a free society in relation to Rawls's conception. Secondly, is there a sense, in overlapping consensus, there is a sense of individual interest in the acceptance of a conception of justice? Would this not contradict with the Maṣlaḥa that focuses on public interest? And the other one is, could you please clarify the extent to which secularism can be accommodated?
Okay. Okay.
I mean, we have to be quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Look. It's very interesting. For instance, that first of all, roles in his interventions, they consider whether you are in favor of the abortion or against the abortion, in favor of the gay rights or against the gay rights, is not what would qualify a free and equal. This is the two key words in his Constitution of Essentials. The way the society will see equality of what? Here, where is the contribution of roles. That is, say there is a procedural rules to qualify equality of what? Okay, so the same thing I would say. I think that gender equality is universal values, and it was really so much emphasis on it in our human development, because this is very important. How humanity moved, exactly like humanity moved from the slavery to now to all are free. We are moving toward equality of gender. Now, what I found it very interesting in the argument of Tunisia, that in fact they acknowledge the equality of gender. One of the debates here where I can give a little bit more detail. For instance, those who are against the gender equality in inheritance, they argue that woman doesn't have the same burden, financial burden, like man. Daughter doesn't have the same financial burden like son for elderly parents. So this is why we need to keep this differential sharing. So they are not undermining general equality, gender equality. Again, I am not here to convince you on here or that, but just to show you that this is what is very important. This is what is new. And the same thing about secularism. Secularism is not anymore, is about a completing comprehensive doctrine of the good. This is what is going on in France like this. In Turkey in the time of Ataturk, there is a comprehensive doctrine which replaces another one. No, secularism, which I'm calling, it's very important for our society in a meaning that it's really allow the possibility of different conception of goods to be in the public spheres, including the religious one. The freedom of women to dress is exactly the same. To dress, to put a veil is exactly the freedom of the woman to be unveiled in the public sphere. The case of Iran, for instance. So this is what secularism. Secularism will allow you that freedom, including the freedom of religion and to constitute your community, etc. So, and I think I now more and more somebody like Cécile Laborde, I strongly suggest that you read her book, and actually it was translated into Arabic by الشبكة العربية دين الليبرالية. The book is clearly show that state is not really neutral, has some conception of the good, and so this conception of the good will be the outcome of overlapping consensus, including among those who are religious. So there is a way of conceiving neutrality, not full neutrality of the state, not full separation between religious institution and political institution. For instance, my position is very clear. I am very satisfied that in Morocco you have the da'wah arm of BGD, the Development and Justice Party, that da'wah is pronouncing on religious issues, guiding BGD, conflicting with BGD political commitment. This is exactly, so I don't see separation, I see differentiation, if you like. Yeah, and I think there is, other than secularism and gender, what is the notion of a free society? Yes, I mean, again, roles. There is no Rawls is not a human rights activist in his political liberalism. He is telling us that freedom as a domain should be negotiated in the society according to certain procedures. And here where we should really, this is why I like Rawls in this regard, that he is not imposing, he is not he's not hegemonic and saying take it or leave it. There is a one conception of gender equality. There is one conception of sexuality, etc., etc. So this is what is important. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Sawi, and thank you for the stimulating comments and questions. That was a very lively section. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you for all. I will stay with you, of course.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the last session for the day, and I'm very, very pleased to introduce Dr. Constance Binder, who is the Associate Professor of Philosophy at the Erasmus Institute for Philosophy and Economics in the Netherlands. And the title of her presentation is Best Interest, Common Good Utility in Moral Philosophy. Dr. Costanza. Yeah, we can see the PowerPoint. Very good. But I can't hear you. Dr. Costanza, is your audio muted or?
Now it should be working. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes. Thank you. Please.
Excellent. Great. Well, thank you very much. And let me start by thanking you very much both for the invitation to talk at this great winter school and all the great work you have done to organize it. It's really a great honor and pleasure to be here. And also thanks a lot to all the other presenters for these fascinating talks from which I could learn already a lot, actually. What I would like to do now is basically to give a bit of a rough roadmap on the notion and use of common good and utility in analytical moral philosophy, more specifically political philosophy. And this task is a bit, well, I found a bit of a difficult one, simply due to the many different ways how the notion of the common good was used and defined, but also how other notions such as the public good or collective welfare or utility were used for very similar purposes of that one would consider the common good to be applicable for. So in that sense, what I would like to do now is to roughly group notions of the common good, collective welfare, or public good that were used throughout the history of political philosophy in three main categories, dependent on how they were justified, so dependent on their foundations. And distinguish there between objective notions, so those notions that were grounded on some objective value, then subjective notions, those that were referring to in some way to the subjective well-being or values of the people in a society, and last but not least, to procedural notions in the liberal tradition through which the common good could be defined, a bit as we saw in the last presentation according to the Rawlsian tradition. And based on that, a bit dependent on whether we have time, I also aim to see a bit how these notions were and are used not only in political philosophy, but also in welfare economics to assess different socio-economic systems in terms of their contribution to what we could consider collective interest, collective welfare, common good, different to individual interests. And at the end, I hope to conclude by pointing to a number of problems and current debates that each of these different categories possibly run into. But before starting, let me try a bit to clarify what I mean or what I refer to when I use the notion of common good here. So very roughly speaking, I refer to notions that use values or a value that is shared by and benefits members of a community or society. And this very general notion also encompasses notions such as collective welfare or public good, or also along certain consequentialist traditions, notions of utility, for instance. What joins all of them together is actually that they try to distinguish what they take to be of a kind of common value or common good for the community from what is often called private interest. And I should say I'm a bit hesitant to say here that they contrast it with private interest, because very often the very endeavor is actually to get a better grasp on the relationship between what is called the common good and the individual good or the individual interest. And then to think of both the legal rules in our society, but also the political systems or the economic systems as means to bring the two into harmony. So how can we organize our societies such that the individual actions and interests serve the common good and vice versa? The common pursuit of the common good serves the good or the well-being of the individuals in society. So when thinking about the whole endeavor in this way, we can actually think of this, well, you could say challenge or problem in different disciplines, not only in philosophy, but also in legal studies, political science, and economics theory, as using the common good as some kind of value that we use to assess and evaluate different societal systems, so to say, forms of government, legal systems, or also economic systems such as our market system. And so when doing so, as I said before, I would say we can roughly distinguish three different categories dependent on how the notion of the common good is founded or justified. The objective notions, subjective notions, and procedural notions. Before I start out to give a bit more detail on the objective notions, let me put a caveat here, because there are quite a few notions that do not fall neatly into one category or the other. And also when I now run through these different categories, so to say, I will kind of end always with a kind of problem that was often voiced against these notions of the common good, that often make one understand how another notion was meant to address this problem. But when I do so, I do not mean to say that all objective notions face a certain problem, such as, for instance, the problem of authority, or all subjective notions face a certain problem, such as the problem that they are based on one specific conception of the good, etc., etc. So in that sense, please take these as a bit of a rough roadmap, where then it might be nice in the discussion to go into greater detail to see a bit to which ideas of the common good, the specific respective problems I will mention, are really applicable to. But on this note, let me start by introducing you to some more specific notions of the common good that fall into the different categories. So when I talk about objective notions of the common good, what I mean is basically that notions of value of the common good that are founded in some objective notion that is usually independent of the individual society that live in society. This might be a justification based on natural law or a justification based on religious doctrine. So to give you one example of the former, Aristotle, one of the forerunners of the notion of the common good, based basically his notion of the common good on his virtue ethics, so to say. And so basically the idea of society was that we as humans should wish well for each other. We're wishing well for each other, meaning that we should contribute to allow each other to live the most choice-worthy life, which in his case meant a virtuous life. You can think of the virtues of courage, temperance, or justice. And then the role of politics basically is to devise rules or political systems that best promote that, or that best enable people to lead a virtuous life, different to rulers, for instance, that strive towards their private interest. And in concrete terms, this would, for instance, mean to have common systems of education or common land ownership, according to him in his specific analysis. An example for the second would be, a bit quickly, sorry. Now, here. An example for the second would be Thomas of Aquin, who basically followed Aristotle, but different to an account of virtue ethics based on a specific way of human flourishing. He basically filled in the notion of the common good in terms of a common end, following the Christian doctrine, where basically the common end would be focused on human perfection or fulfillment, that in basically the Christian doctrine it would mean an expression of the divine order on the individual and collective level, so to say. What all of these notions of objective notions of the common good somewhat join together is that they, the underlying values are usually not accessible for people living in a society, accessible in terms of scrutiny, reasoned scrutiny, or also that there is, as some have argued, a certain kind of risk for abuse, or perhaps in line of the previous discussions we had, a problem of authority. So who fills in the underlying virtue ethics? Who fills in of how the divine order should be interpreted and instantiated on earth, so to say? So this kind of problem of authority, as it was argued, can lead to a possible abuse of the notion of the common good along these objective notions in order to define the interest of a smaller class, so to say, in terms of the common good, and therefore prioritizes it over the interest of the broader society, as some have argued, and which also was a bit simplified, but gave basically rise to Enlightenment thinkers that basically aimed to make precisely these values underlying the common good accessible by reason, so to say. So accessible to scrutiny from every human being, you could put it bluntly. And obviously there's a whole range of thinkers who did so in a very different way. One of them is John Locke, who basically also uses the notion of the common good to distinguish between different forms of government. More specifically, he uses it to distinguish between arbitrary power and legitimate government. But different to the thinkers along the objective notion, he derives the notion of the common good back to individually based values, such as the value of life, liberty, and property rights. a very different example, but that will also fall under what I call here subjective notion of the common good, would basically be the forefathers of utilitarianism. One of them, for instance, is Jeremy Bentham, who understood the common good as the greatest sum of pleasure over pain of all sentient beings. So the greatest maximization of the sum of utility of all, utility understood as pleasure over pain. Henry Sidgwick, who subsequently systematized, so to say, utilitarianism, brought this notion of individual utility together with the idea of the maximization of utility in a society in terms of what matters is the greatest happiness of the greatest number. But Sidgwick then also moved on to analyze how the happiness of an individual relates to the happiness of others. And here's a very sophisticated analysis, for instance, how such a structure of society might give rise to altruism and sentiments of sympathy, where basically the happiness of others can contribute to the happiness of oneself. So here again, I mentioned this to remind you that this idea of the common good was often used to understand the relationship to the individual goods or individual interests, and to think of rules in society that bring the two in harmony, so to say. However, one of the problems specifically of utilitarianism, and some would argue also of consequentialist theories more generally, is that actually they would allow that individual happiness or utility might be overridden by societal concerns. To give you a very specific example, along utilitarianism, for instance, it could be justified that one person, if would, for instance, one extreme example, would be killed in order to redistribute their organs to others, as long as the increase of happiness or utility of those who receive the organs is higher than the decrease of utility of the person who is killed. So in that sense, what matters is simply the maximization of overall utility or of overall happiness. But this can really give rise to severe infringements on individuals' interests, rights, or even basic liberties, such as the liberty to life, so to say. So in that sense, the utilitarianism and consequentialism more general faced considerable problems, so to say, in the last century, that the Rawlsian work specifically can be seen as one answer or one attempt to address that, giving rise to one of the most prominent forms of what I would call here the liberal procedural foundation of, I still call it here the common good, but often then here one refers to values of justice or other values that are deemed important in order to assess the rules and regulations that govern our institutions. More specifically, or to give you the first general definition first, I understand here a procedural idea of the common good to be a set of principles or institutional rules that allows for different conceptions of the good in a plural society and devises some procedural means, such as the one of public reasoning we just heard before, in order to identify the rules that should govern this society, so to say. And one of the most prominent scholars who pioneered this tradition is John Rawls, who basically took up the contractarian tradition following Locke and Rousseau and used it in order to establish his theory of justice. And here I should make it clear that I refer here to his earlier work, so the theory of justice, and not so much to political liberalism, what we heard before, in the sense that the theory of justice can really be understood as a device to think of ways how members in a plural society with very different conceptions of the good life can come together and agree upon joint rules of organization that govern their institutions, so to say. So in that sense, Rawls thinks of the very questions of justice as arising in the kind of venture of cooperation we engage in as humans in a society with possibly different conceptions of the good life, but where this cooperation brings us joint benefits, but possibly also joint burdens. And then the question of justice is how can they be distributed in a just way? And well, very much in a nutshell, he famously derived two principles by using what he calls an original position, where basically he assumes that we abstract away our knowledge of where we are in society, about our specific position, be it economic endowment up to conception of the good life, and asks which rules would we agree upon if we would know at some point we would live in this society, but would not know in which position we would end up in. And so what would be reasonable for us to agree upon? And he then puts forward basically two principles. One is a principle of equal basic liberties, and the other one is a principle of equal basic opportunities, with a special focus on making the worst of person better off. We can delve into this theory of Rawls later on in the QA if it's interesting, but what is important for me now is basically to show how he is really an example of this procedural variant to identify a value of common interest or common good, in terms of which we should assess our rules and regulations in society, and in this case, particularly in a plural society where we might not agree with each other what really the good conception of the good life is. And as other liberal traditions, this requires, according to Rawls and others, a focus on means rather than ends. So in the sense that if we do not agree of the ends of the good life, what matters there is to redistribute the means that would all allow us to pursue possibly different ends we might have. In the Rawlsian case, he calls this primary goods. But this focus on resources, even though one can think of them in a more general way rather than only in a monetary way, actually, was quite severely criticized also within the liberal tradition. One of these critics is basically Amartya Sen, who pointed out that there is really a risk to forget the ends of life, both individually and as a society, over a focus on the means, so to say. So monetary means, but also more generally a focus on resource distribution rather than what people can actually do or be with these resources. So why do I say this? Because it leads to one problem many pointed out that the liberal procedural foundation has with notions of the common good or legal principles to design our societies. And this problem is basically that it would create inequality in the realm of what different people, dependent on their physical characteristic, but possibly also dependent on their religious background, can actually do or be with these resources. So in that sense, we can basically a bit sum up, and again, in a very crude way, but I hope it might lead to an interesting discussion afterwards, to what these different classes of notions of the common good which problems they gave rise to, but also how the different classes can also be understood as an answer to the problems of other classes of the common good. So for this, to recap, objective notions of the common good that are based in some standard or justification of value, either natural law theory or religious doctrine, that, as some have argued, might give rise to the problem of authority. So who has primary access to this knowledge? Along Aristotle, this would be, for instance, philosophers who have primary access to the truth according to him, so to say. But this would actually really give rise to misuse or a possible cover-up of private interests of a small group in society in the name of the common good, so to say, because there's a lack of scrutiny of the more general public in terms of reason, but also a lack of needs of, let's say, people who devise the rules of society to justify them. Then the second class can be understood as already one way to answer this problem, in the sense that what counts now, either according to Locke, but also according to utilitarians, is actually how the lives of the individuals are doing. And this is seen as kind of constitutive for the broader common good, whether it's the individual rights according to Locke that are used to distinguish arbitrary power from legitimate rule, but also according to Bentham and especially Sidgwick, to think of the common good as the greatest happiness of the greatest number, where each person's happiness counts the same. But again, as we saw here, one of the problems was that we could really sacrifice individuals for the collective. And the big issue is how far should and could one go there? Is it justified to sacrifice individuals if the common good is increased by that? And based on problems of utilitarianism, we saw that one way to address that is basically to assign primary importance to the procedures and certain constraints in the procedures, such as basic liberties and rights in the liberal tradition, that would, on the one hand side, safeguard a process of reasoning in which a plural society with possibly different conceptions of the good life can see or seek agreement on how to organize their system in terms of the distribution of the resources that are needed to pursue possibly different conceptions of the good life, but at the same time by assigning primary priority to a set of basic liberties, for instance, to overcome this problem of utilitarianism, that individuals might be sacrificed for the sake of the common good. So I think I'm already nearly out of time. I have some points of debate. I don't know, shall I still run through them, which might be a nice kickoff of the discussion, or otherwise we can also see now whether there are already questions, and if not, I would kind of shortly discuss some of the contemporary debates related to these different notions.
I think we started a little bit late for you, so if you wanted to pose the questions quickly, I think that would be just fine. So far, I only really have one question devoted to your presentation, so go ahead.
Great. So then let me just give you some ideas of some debates that arise in these different categories, again, without claiming that these are the major debates or the only debates, but simply some that in the context of this winter school might be of special interest. So the one related to the objective notions could be termed to what was earlier called today the authority problem. So how and who identifies the underlying values on which the common good is grounded along objective notions, so to say. And as long as this is not specified, does this open the door for a possible risk of abuse, so to say. Then in the category of subjective notions of the common good, one big issue, of course, is how to account for different conceptions of the good life in a plural society. So utilitarian thinkers, for instance, of the early hour tried to provide very sophisticated arguments why you could, at the end, everything bring back down to the value of utility or happiness. In more recent ways, how, for instance, welfare economics is grounded on utilitarianism, the notion of utility was broadened to a more general idea of preference satisfaction or individual welfare, which can be based on very different values, not only the pursuit of happiness. But the big issue is here in how far and whether utilitarianism can actually make room for enough conceptions of the good life. And again, what I said before, utilitarianism and consequentialism, or many variants of consequentialism more generally, are based on a kind of aggregate or idea of the common good that is in one way or the other the sum or the aggregate of the individual happiness or utility, which then very often allows to trade off the utility or happiness of one person against the other. And that's, of course, a big issue of whether we would want or should allow for that. And last but not least, in the category of procedural notions of the common good, especially in liberalism, one issue is the one Sen pointed out, whether there is a risk to prioritize means over ends, and subsequently, as Sen calls it, lead to a certain commodity fetishism or means fetishism that forget about the ends of the good life that might be plural in a liberal society. And then obviously there is a big issue of what are, or it could be the limits of liberalism and the notions of the good life it can allow for. And this might closely relate to the debate we just had before in how far there is a kind of, how far is the reach of reason, so to say. How far can we use, for instance, the procedure of public reasoning in order to reach an overlapping consensus in a plural society that allows us to guide the building of our legal systems and institutions. But these are just some questions that might be interesting to consider, but I'm very much looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Could you perhaps leave your PowerPoint on that last slide with your discussion questions? That might be helpful as we proceed. Yeah?
Of course, very happy to do so.
Thank you so much. So I have two questions so far from Abayomi Sharomi, who first of all asks, with reference to Aristotle, how is democracy taken as the best form of government today when he, that is Aristotle, describes it as the worst? And the second question Abayomi poses is, on the subjective notion of the common good, how can we situate Rousseau's view where he believes that force may be exerted on people for the sake of the common good? This is obviously a recurring theme in all of this, is this tension between the individual and the common good. So perhaps, and we have, he's posed another question. Also, let me put that to you, then you can respond. To what extent can the veil of ignorance be practically applied in the calculus of utilitarianism? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. To run them through step by step, well, Aristotle, in the notion of common good, there he basically refers to the role of politicians in general. So in the sense that different to philosophers, politicians are meant to implement the rules and structures that serve the common good. And given the kind of place Aristotle places on virtue ethics, this is mainly geared by allowing individuals in society to realize these virtues, where basically, but there I should say, I'm not an a scholar, how to say, an Aristotle expert, but there basically the freedom that is enabled by a democratic demos, so to say. So the city-state in Old Greek allows them to, how to say, to both to train these virtuous faculties, but at the same time also provide some how to say, checks for the misuse of political power, if I recall correctly. But I should say there it would be good to check possibly also with some of my colleagues who might know more about Aristotle's thought on that. The second point I do not recall precisely. It was about Rousseau's and how far Rousseau would allow to sacrifice individual rights for the common good. Do I recall that correctly?
Let me read it again for you.
Thank you.
On the subjective notion of the common good, how can we situate Rousseau's view where he believes that force may be exerted on people for the sake of the common good?
Wow, that's a great question.
Yeah.
To be honest, I would not have a straightforward answer there. My intuition would be that he would be one of these, how to say, mixed cases that does not fall clearly in one category or the other. On the one hand side, he clearly refers to the kind of individual rights and liberties. At the same time, he also assigns primary importance to the common good, so to say, understood as a certain form of government. So there, my hunch would be that he's how to say, that he is a variant between the two, and that I would not know how he would make this trade-off, to be honest. And the second question, how the veil of ignorance could be used to delineate utility.
To how can it be applied to the calculus of utilitarian? Presumably, the calculus being, the weighing up the balance of the greatest pleasure and the avoidance of pain.
Well, I should say the way
like Bentham does when he weighs up whether to get married or not. I think, which is quite a nice little example he made.
Well, I should say, Rawls does not use it for this purpose. Like, Rawls really uses the veil of ignorance to create an original position to, how to say, create the preconditions in which one can discuss the principles of justice in an impartial way, so to say, without knowing in which situations we would end up in society. The weighing of how to say, well, either Bentham between different pleasures and pains. Bentham had a very sophisticated list of how these should be calculated and weighted. But as far as I know, he basically came up on that on actually more on empirical knowledge. And then obviously Mill further developed it in terms of introducing what he used, competent judges. So basically that the weighting should be done by people who have experienced different pleasures and pain and therefore are in the best position to judge that, so to say. But to be honest, I would not know how to use the veil of ignorance to perform that task. So to give another example, in welfare economics, it's more done by aggregating individual utilities or preferences across different people, without necessarily, how to say, judging the substance of them, but more giving equal weight to each individual's utility or preferences, so to say. So that would be the most recent version there.
Right. Okay, thank you. So there's a question from Shahid Al-Atabi, who is worrying about my not putting it. I wasn't sure whether you were in a position to argue it, to answer it, but we could throw it open. How can Maṣlaḥa be a meaningful tool for striving for common good for all citizens in a plural society like in Europe?
Wow, I think that's a great question, and some other speakers might be in a better position than I am to answer that. But let me have a first try of an idea that occurred to me when listening to the other talks, because there is actually an idea that Sen pioneered, where the process of public reason might lead to what he calls a kind of minimal consensus, in the sense that different foundations, possibly grounded in different religions, might give rise to the same actions or the same values. And so in a plural society, and that might be the case here, is that certain actions, and now forgive me if I mispronounce it, Maṣlaḥa, is that correct? Would give rise to, might overlap with certain values and actions, similar concepts either in other religions or even on secular ethical foundations might give rise to, which then could kind of create a consensus in a plural society to jointly act upon them. But that would be my first attempt, but I would be curious what the others think.
I wonder if I could call on Dr. Mortaz if he wanted to say something, or perhaps Professor Ahmad.
I have not actually.
Okay. Nobody's coming forward, so it's late in the day, I think. Okay, so Aisha Malik has written quite a bit, a number of questions here. Let me go through it. I'm not sure I understand what's being said here. Anyway, would the problem with VE be answered by the neo-Aristotelian philosophers such as MacIntyre, whose theory by members who are continually clarifying their personal aims by meshing with collective aims in a way that serves the well-being of all in society? Philosophers such as MacIntyre, whose theory encompasses dynamic development of community connections by members who are continually clarifying their personal aims by, well, that's just repeating what was said before. I'm sorry, this is a bit of a rambling kind of question here. Was there a point at which the philosophy of economics became different from the practice? In my economics PhD program, for example, the type of material you presented is completely absent. No neoclassical economics is the norm. Neoclassical economics is the norm, sometimes coercively so.
That's a great question that basically brings me to one additional issue, namely that the foundation of welfare economics in the way we perceive of economic theory nowadays is mainly consequentialist and specifically utilitarian, actually. And what is interesting there is that when you think of economic theory in the original sense, so really the Adam Smith type of economic theory, it's actually very close to political philosophy, namely the question of how should we structure and divide societal rules, not only legal ones or political ones, but also economic ones, in order to lead to a good social outcome. And then, of course, the big issue is what is a good social outcome? And there, traditionally, that was first defined in classical utilitarian terms, in terms of the greatest happiness, and especially neoclassical economics in the past century then basically try to become more parsimonious in terms of what they presuppose to underlie utility for different reasons, problems of interpersonal comparisons, but also in order to broaden the possibility for different conceptions of the good life. And what we nowadays have a very thin notion where basically collective welfare, in terms of which we assess market systems, is simply based on an aggregate of individual welfare. And individual welfare is simply understood as individual preference satisfaction, where preferences are assumed to be rational, but otherwise anything can lie behind it. Pursuit of happiness, pursuit of other values, pursuit of altruistic values, or self-interest, actually. But what is interesting here is that welfare economics is also quite in development now. So one issue, for instance, is exactly that many scholars, among others, Sen as well, for instance, argue that we should include more information other than preference or individual welfare or preference satisfaction, such as and then it depends. Some argue for including freedom or human rights into the assessment of markets, for instance, but yet others argue, for instance, for an analysis in terms of the common good, what they call, based on a different set of values that they then sometimes derive from objective notions again as well. So the upshot here is that there is a fascinating discussion there how to broaden this narrow scope in welfare economics to account for more values in the assessment of markets, actually.
Yes, not just the human rights of markets, but also the moralization of markets. Is to say that instead of relying on Adam Smith's idea of an invisible hand that will come in and fix the welfare and the problems that arise from the laws of supply and demand, that there has to be a real state and civil society intervention to moralize the markets, particularly, I think, in the contemporary circumstances. But indeed, it is a fascinating subject to pursue. So we don't have any further questions from the floor. I wonder if you could do you have a view in particular on this idea of the individual being sacrificed for the public good? And is it always a sacrifice? I mean, the idea, it seems to me, about the consensus is a very difficult one today. In fact, it seems to me that the term consensus has been redefined, and I see it is in use more in relation to a majority rather than a complete agreement of, like 100% agreement, which is, I think, what it was originally. A consensus was when everybody agreed. Now it's been toned down to a majority who agrees, which they're calling a consensus. So there's always this tension of the minority or oppositional in relation to the so-called common good. And how paternalistic is this idea of common good anyway?
Well, that's actually also quite a big debate, for instance, in welfare economics right now as well, in a sense of in how far are we justified to introduce other values and individual preferences, and whether this would not give rise to paternalism. And the other way around, what you mentioned, the risk of a majority basically overriding the minority, usually, at least in the liberal traditions I'm working in, one safeguard that is considered necessary but not always sufficient there is to assign sufficient importance to human rights or individual liberties. So in the sense that one would say that even the majority could not override core human rights or core liberties of the minority in the light of their idea of the common good, so to say. So that's, I think, personally, a quite convincing way to find a balance between possibly a kind of pragmatic view of not striving always for consensus, but allowing for majority rule, but at the same time preventing that the majority would actually really sacrifice members of the minority in the light of their idea of the common good. Was that what you were after? What do you think? Because you're an expert in human rights theory, no?
Well, actually, it was interesting because Abayomi has posted, is the moralization of markets possible? Since there are scholars who argue that the main element missing in capitalism is morals. I would disagree with this. What do you think?
Well, many would say that the market mechanism, how to say, one of its great promises and partly achievements is that it aligns the two, no? The individual interest serving the common good. So, of course, that's the original Adam Smith claim or approach towards the invisible hand. But I think many would still argue that as long as we can kind of agree on some kind of common goods and the pursuit of it, then the markets kind of give the right incentive for the right behavior, also in moral terms. But obviously, when we look out into our world, there are a lot of counterexamples there. But I think, yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, Adam Smith, I mean, one of the things that has always amused me was the characterization of Adam Smith as arguing that he was not happy with the role of the state, and people, particularly today and for many years, have argued that the idea of the state should be ignored because it's always inefficient in the market. The state is, state enterprises, state activity is always inefficient. And therefore, there has been this push over decades now to privatize everything. When in fact, Adam Smith actually argued that he was wary of the state primarily because the state would conspire with the private capitalists to undermine the interests of the people. That's what his argument against the state was. He saw them as corrupt with capital. But that's not usually well understood. But I think that there are morals in markets, but they're not always abided by. And that's one of the things that I try to do in my work. Dr. Halley, did you want to make a statement?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ben, and thank you, Dr. Ray. I just have two main questions. One is about, first of all, thank you very much for the enlightening presentation. I learned a lot. Thank you. I have two main questions. One is about Thomas Aquinas, when he spoke about the objective notion of common good, that it's linked to the divine command. What would he do if the divine command is missing? We don't find it. We have a procedure in Islam, we call it the process of independent reasoning or ijtihad, very complex theory. What would he do in such case? Number two, it's about, you mentioned protection of life, liberty, and property. Is this list comprehensive one, or did they add other items? In the Islamic tradition, we have, for instance, protection of religion, protection of intellect, protection of honor and people's lineage, that people know who is the parent of who and who is the son of who. Are these items also mentioned, or the list that you give is an all-inclusive list? The final one, if I may. When they try to reconcile, at least the seemingly conflicting items in common good, would they make a difference between what they call, for instance, different levels between individual and public, Like for instance, if there is a public good, but this would mean that we need to kill some people. Protection of life will be overruled. Would this make difference than, for instance, one's property or one's house? Did they make these levels that may sometimes make an individual interest is more important than the public, because we can move around and achieve the public by something else, but this is quite high. The cost will be very high. People will die, these individuals. So did they have such a thing? Thank you so much.
Wow, great. Thanks a lot for great questions, and really, well, I will do my best to answer them, but might also point you to further literature that does so more extensively. Let me start with the second one. The list of rights I gave, both in case of Locke, but also afterwards in terms of the basic liberties of Rawls, were more examples. So basically, I mean, Locke assigned primary importance to the rights to life, liberty, and property, but mainly in terms of to identify legitimate rule from arbitrary power, so for a very specific purpose. In the liberal tradition following Rawls, the basic set of liberties is much broader. So that would, for instance, include precisely what you say, religious freedom, freedom of consciousness, etc., etc. So in that sense, Rawls basically brings it back to the liberties that are important for humans to develop a moral, how to say, the basic core moral faculties, so to say. So he sees these liberties as the core to develop a core human faculty, according to him, namely a sense for the morally right and the good, so to say. And whatever then, which liberty is necessary for that, he would put into the set of basic liberties. Concerning the first point, Thomas von Aquinas, I should say, unfortunately, I know far too little about him, so I do not really have an answer to your question. What I know is that he really links this kind of common good with the idea of a common end, where the end of individual perfection and fulfillment coincides with the end of fulfillment on a collective level that coincides with the divine order or the kingdom of God, so to say. And obviously in the Christian tradition, it coincides with, as far as I know, with, among others, with the commandments on an individual level. But I have to admit, I do not know how this would be resolved, or whether it could be resolved if this would be absent. There, I simply know too little about it, unfortunately. And the last point concerning how to balance the public good and the individual interest, the answer to that might really differ in different traditions. But one way basically would be to really assign a certain kind of, how to say, or let's contrast the consequentialist or utilitarian tradition, where usually the common good or the collective good understood as maximization of utility, etc., would always, in one way or the other, be justified to override individual interests as long as the overall sum of utility, for instance, is maximized. There are some notions of utility or consequentialism that try to overcome that by focusing, for instance, on rule, like rules utilitarianism, and then showing of which set of rules would, in the long run, bring about the greatest maximization of the relevant consequences, where then many argue this prevents the overriding of core individual interests in specific cases, because nobody would want to agree to such a rule if they would not know that they might be the ones whose interest is overridden tomorrow. But this is a bit of an exception. So these would basically justify the overriding of individual interests in the name of the common good. And different to that, many liberal traditions, such as the Rawlsian tradition, but also, for instance, the approaches pioneered by Sen, would provide a kind of core protection to individuals in terms of certain core rights or liberties. For instance, certain absolute rights that no matter how high the increase for the common good would be, nobody would be ever allowed to be tortured, for instance, or killed, no matter how much the common good or the common interest could be increased. So that's a bit of a way how many of these thinkers try to strike a balance between maximizing or increasing the common good while protecting a kind of core sphere of the individual. Does it answer your question?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Constanza. That was a really great session. I want to apologize to Mariam Kawar and Bayumi Sharami. We've run out of time. But if you wanted to write to me, email me individually about the economic issues, I'm very happy to correspond. So I think that is now brought us to the end of the first day of the online winter school. And I want to thank everybody very, very much for their participation, for the speakers, and for the administrative staff who've done a great job in making this run so smoothly. Thank you very much, and have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow again at 1 o'clock. Good night.